Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, to a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I will put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm, because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, you know, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, you know, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable, but it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. if this economy will thrive. 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because you know, when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, you know, and many persons lives with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will now begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way, because you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry, or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed, but they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should like reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should like bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Sports Wrap here on Aneke TV. Today, I am your one and only Sports Oracle, bringing you the best of sports and what's happening in the world of sports. And today, I'm going to do this with my main man. I'm talking about Wuwa, but we're calling him Worldwide. Worldwide, good morning.
Okay, good morning.
You don't like that Worldwide?
I'm tired of you. I'm already tired of you.
It's fine. It's fine. We have a lot to talk about, a lot to share, and a lot to tell the people. But let's just start with the newspaper review. What is actually happening in the world of sports from the newspaper? So we'll move from there to Champions League playoff yesterday. The match that was almost ruined the night. But
that's your match.
No, not my match.
Yeah, that's not fun.
No.
Yeah. Okay,
please stop.
What one are you first?
I will tell you when, as the show goes, as we progress. I will tell you. Well, let's see what the newspaper has. What we have today in the newspaper. Yes, you see in the front page we see Okoya may displace Nwabali. Okoya may displace Nwabali to take the Super Eagles goalkeeping spot. Okoya may displace Nwabali as Eagles #1 because Nwabali currently has no club where he plays. So I mean Okoya is doing well where he is, and we'll see what happens. And just by the side, you see Olise backs Arsenal to win Champions League. We're going to talk about Arsenal later, but let's talk about other. Let's see what happens in the in the headlines. You see PSG sweat over Dembele, that's Barca. Then you're seeing Mourinho accused of justifying racism. Okay, now match fight. This is from Israel Adesanya. Match fight, biggest of my life. Their game is coming up on match, and we're going to see what happens. Now let's see what the other side of the newspaper looks like. Badminton Confederation Africa salutes Bolaji's rise. And just by the side, you see Sevilla coach hit with 7-game ban. It's so sad, but you know what it means to be a coach and you are banned for 7 days? 7 games, sorry. That's quite long, of course. Now, Arsenal, Chelsea suffer Alvarez blow. You know this Alvarez went from Manchester City. Julian Alvarez that went from Manchester City and went to Atletico Madrid. And now, I think Arsenal are going for him and Chelsea are also going for him. I prefer Alvarez over Garnacho all day, all time. Alvarez is a spot on.
You should not be preferring. You just pick him.
I will just pick Alvarez because there's something about Alvarez. Alvarez has this kind of folding play making, but not but not so. He's more of an attacker. He's more of a 9.
He can play as a 9. He can play as a winger.
As a winger, yes. I think Man City would always have a better option. So that's why they sold him to Atletico Madrid. Now, Osimhen just on top. Osimhen strikes fear in opponents. Del Piero. Osimhen, of course, this guy is a monster for real.
Once you see him on the pitch,
once you see Osimhen on the pitch,
and as a keeper,
you have to.
You know,
there's problem. There's really problem. There's really problem. So you see, just down, United won't reduce Barca's Rashford asking price. I don't even want PSG. I don't even want. Sorry, I don't even want Rashford back to Manchester United. He should stay where he is. He's having good playing time. So let him. No, let him not come back. Because who is he going to replace? That's the question I keep asking.
Barca said that team. Now they want to reduce the asking price.
No. Let him stay where he is because
he's helping them.
Of course, he's
more influential in Barca.
He's injured right now, but we're going to see what happens. Now, you will see Ajaba calls out Usyk, Fury, Wilder. He's calling out his guys. He's calling Ajaba calls out. He's a boxing.
Okay, boxing.
Yeah, he's a boxing guy. Then just beside you see Boniface ruled out for season. Well, he has been ruled out for a season since 2025. You know, when you see his videos on Instagram and on X, he's just he's working out. He's trying to get back, but you know he has been ruled out. This season he can't play. He can't really play.
He should just take his time to
yes. Now I want to say something. When I was growing up, when we talk about football, you know, we don't used to have long-term injuries.
Yes, then.
And then we know it's just something just happened there, and you're back to playing time and all that. Now, so we're moving on. Celtic to discuss Iheanacho future. Celtic to discuss Iheanacho future. You know, Iheanacho, he came back from injury and featured in their Europa League play the other time.
Celtic.
Yes, for Celtic. I'm sure we're going to have that still happening because Iheanacho he went from Leicester City to Sevilla, then from Sevilla to where he is now, and he's really doing well. You see that have you Remo in talks with Lingard? 1 minute I was thinking it's Remo Stars.
When you said it now,
you were thinking about Remo Stars.
I think you should, progress and let us know which of the Remo.
The thing is that there's this team. They are also Remo, so they're in talks with.
Because I cannot
with Lingard.
Imagining that is the
Lingard,
Remo.
No, Remo Stars are not bad. If they can, one thing about this, for me, I feel like we as Nigerian Professional Football League, if things are square, if all things are square, and there's no charade of disaster among the management and administration of the team, me, I feel like foreign players can come to Nigeria and play. If they can come to Nigeria and live, if you can live in Nigeria, then you can play in Nigeria.
That's living in Nigeria. but playing
in Nigeria,
will be all
no. See, it's just the pitch condition compared to the one in Europe.
The insecurity that we are having.
It's not about
after you finish playing football, it's coming out.
Well, we're going to see. We're going to talk about this side of Lingard just as we progress in the sports show. Yeah. Well, I think this is where this is how the newspaper headline. This is where it all comes together. Now, when you look at yesterday's match, I mean the Champions League of yesterday, we can say.
I want you to be specific. The Champions League. Don't be saying yesterday, because there's still Premier League match yesterday, which you have not answered my question.
What question did you ask?
What fan are you?
No. I will proceed and talk about.
Now, I want to know that.
No, I'm not. To that question, basically, so I'm not.
To summarize that Arsenal match for you.
Basically, I'm not an Arsenal fan.
Okay.
Oh, that's one thing you know.
Basically.
Yes, I'm not an Arsenal fan. Yesterday night I had to support them. But now let's talk about Arsenal since we are just talking about Arsenal.
Oh, yeah, just tell me the fan that you are first.
No, I'm.
Because I know you are not Manchester.
No, I am.
You're Manchester.
I'm a red devil.
Okay.
No, a white devil. I'm not a devil. I'm a red angel.
So you're not part of the people that are planning to bottle the league again.
No, we can't. We don't bottle.
We can't.
No, Manchester United don't bottle the league. Yes. Well, looking at what is happening, last night it was a dramatic turnaround for Wolves.
Yeah, for Wolves.
And Wolves, their goals, especially the goals that Wolves scored. The first goal, you saw the first goal. Then the second goal was a Doziem, a Nigerian guy. That was his debut, of course.
Wow, really?
That was his debut. Now, one thing, let's talk about the second goal. Because what Arsenal did last night was not great for me. Arsenal played like they are not the champions. Sorry, they are not the champions.
They are not the champions.
Sorry, they played like they just want to, hold on to the 2-0, which doesn't happen anywhere in the Premier League.
That's the mentality they have.
Now,
they don't have that
champions mentality. Do you know that I'm still saying it tomorrow? If it was Manchester City that was winning you 2-0, you won't come back. Of course, Tottenham came back.
That's Tottenham.
So that's Tottenham because
not Wolves coming
not
back. Wolves are down below the table.
Yes.
Last. That's what are they dragging for there? In fact, relegation is almost sure for
them. It's
them.
almost sure for them.
It's Arsenal that is gunning, according to their fans, gunning for the Premier League.
Yes.
And you are coming down to lose or to draw.
Do you get?
It's the same thing as losing.
Thank you, Fabrizio Romano, for that graphics. Thank you very much. You are doing so well. Thank you very much, sir. Now, what I'm saying is, looking at Arsenal and what is actually happening as a team, I think that these guys are ready to do what they know best how to do again.
Yeah, they're in the mood.
This morning I would have just called an Arsenal fan on.
I don't think he will even pick your.
No. I had a conversation with him just earlier.
Morning?
Yes.
Okay.
I would have just put all the Arsenal fans I know on a live stream, and we have some interactions today because I am thinking of this in a manner that. Why are they trying to bottle the league? What can they do? They should do something. Because no, look at that goal that guy scored from the back, from behind.
That's the first goal.
No, the second goal. Of the first goal, no goalkeeper.
The first goal.
The first goal, no goalkeeper can keep that goal unless.
And that guy is the defender, right?
Yes.
Number 3.
Now, look at what happened in the second goal. Raya. When you compare David Raya with the likes of Senne Lamens, the Manchester United, with the likes of Alisson Becker, these guys will not make such mistake.
I don't know. I think Raya was just scrambling for the ball.
Why is Raya?
There was more
why did he have to hit that ball out? Why?
I don't know. That was the mistake. That was something.
And he was dragging that ball with Gabriel.
Their
defender, yes, with Gabriel.
No, that's why I say it's just that much tension, almost dying minutes. He's trying to protect the ball. Those things come up in football, but
no, it comes up in football, but it shouldn't happen.
That's when you say they don't have that mentality, yes, that experience. They just have Premier League experience. They have not lifted the cup before. They are just trying their best to just secure that 3 points. And one thing led to the other. Ball came back.
Now there would have been 7 points clear in the Premier League.
Now, if Manchester City win their
next game, there will be just 3 points clear.
Are you sure to still be up to 3
No,
points?
no. Yes.
2 points.
No, 3.
Okay.
Okay, I think it will be 2.
It should be 2.
It should be 2 because this game is one of the outstandings. It should be 2. So I think that we're having to see something that happened. Now let's talk about the Champions League. What happened yesterday in the Champions League too? In the playoff, you are seeing the English league side Newcastle coming out to destroy yesterday.
Well, I don't know what spirit came over Newcastle yesterday. You know, they were just firing rapid, like as if these people or these people have stolen my girlfriend or they have stolen my wife. Firing, how can you beat somebody 6-1 in a Champions League football in their own home?
In their own home.
What are you looking for? It's not 3 points they say you can pick up. Why are you now?
Why are you not picking 4 points?
Picking almost how many points?
How many points
for the second leg? You know, the next phase. There are other stages.
Okay. See, you know, Gordon's this guy that scored 4 goals yesterday.
Yeah.
He actually he's the one that has aimed most Champions League caps for Newcastle, and he has also scored the fastest goal for Newcastle in 122 seconds.
Wow.
So he is already making history. Bro is a historian.
Even that yesterday, I think he should be the second player that has done it to score 4 goals in the first half Champions League.
In first half Champions.
Yeah, he was the second.
You see, that's actually what we are really expecting. And it's making sense that these guys are bringing these things home and coming together to do what they know best how to do. Let's talk about Atletico Madrid against Club Brugge.
Well, you know, one thing with Champions League football is just something you should enjoy. I think it's the highest club competition, you know, that footballers play. And once it gets to Champions League, there is that spirit. It's a different vibe. It's not like your normal league match or your FA Cup or your Spanish Cup. Just those. When it comes to Champions League, you see footballers giving their best. Like they want to die on the pitch. Like this is the last draw. It's either we get it right here or we leave. I was not expecting. At least I was expecting Atletico Madrid to get a win in that match. I saw when they were 2 goals up. I thought, okay, this should be a finish match. Only to come back after full time.
And it's 3-3. Now, see, you actually know that there are 2 Nigerians playing in both on the teams.
That's one for Atletico Madrid.
Yes, one for.
Okay.
Yes, there are 2 Nigerians.
Ademola for Atletico.
Ademola for Atletico, then Aneke.
Okay, for Club Brugge.
For Club Brugge.
That's Frank Onyeka.
Yes, Onyedika. No, not Frank Onyedika. No, right. It's not Frank. Frank Onyeka is at Coventry. Okay, yes, he's at Frank Lampard's team. Okay. He just went to Frank Lampard's team. Yeah. Now, we're talking about Rafael Onyedika. Okay. Yes, yeah. He was actually, he scored, in fact, he scored last night though.
Wow.
See,
Lookman scored.
He also scored. So Nigerians, like, and currently, Lookman is on fire. What do you think about Lookman?
No, he's playing fantastic football. He's really giving it his best, you know. Yesterday, I think he scored, okay, he used his head to score yesterday. It was a cross then.
He had to score. So he really has.
So the way they are playing Atletico, you know, since Lookman came, it has been a different ball game. It's like they have added
a fire that they needed.
Like someone like Messi in their team. It's like that Atletico, they are firing different now. But, you know, kudos to them. They are giving it their best. And Lookman is always, you know, there to either provide a goal or an assist for them. Even in the dribbling itself.
Yeah, he's really pulling his. He's really doing what he. Look at that Julian Alvarez. He scored a penalty yesterday, and it was something that we never saw coming. Of course, this guy is. He is on fire. That's why Arsenal and Chelsea are looking for him.
You should not go to that. I don't know. Those 2 clubs are looking for himself. I don't know why.
No, if he goes to Chelsea, he will do well. But if it's if he goes to Chelsea, he will do well.
Strikers in Chelsea to do well.
No, currently their new coach is doing so well.
He's doing so well.
Yes.
But I don't know whether Chelsea has a jinx that their striker since the time of Drogba. I don't know.
Of course, yes. They have this since Drogba left Chelsea. They have had this striking issue until João Pedro. João Pedro started scoring just lately.
Just of recent, so
because of since that new coach came, I think coaches come to unlock some things. Yes, coaches come to unlock. Now let's move over to Inter versus Bodo Glimt.
Wow, that was a surprising scoreline for me yesterday.
How will Inter?
I didn't see that.
How will Inter Milan lose to Bodo Glimt? 3-1.
In fact, I never expected it.
Me, I never expected it because
I didn't see it coming because I saw them taking the lead at almost Bodo Glimt scored first.
Yes, they scored first. 10 minutes later, Inter Milan.
I was expecting Inter Milan to go ahead and win the match, but you know that's why we say it's a Champions League.
Remember this same Bodo Glimt, they won Manchester City sometime.
Yes, that's true.
So they won, and they won Manchester City just in this season's Champions League. They won Manchester City 3-1.
The same scoreline.
The same scoreline.
They like that 3-1.
They like 3-1. They really like.
They're beating top teams.
Yes.
Beating Manchester City.
Yes.
A top team in England coming to Italy to beat Inter Milan again. In fact, if not for anything, those people deserve to qualify.
No, their match actually was they were at home.
Yes.
They will
still play the second leg, but I think they deserve to qualify.
No, they deserve to qualify. If Inter chooses to not do what they should do.
If they play that same kind of football that they played yesterday, those people will qualify. Because they were not sitting down to defend. They were actually attacking. Like, they had so many opportunities to score. So they were not like the weaker side that they would just sit back, wait for Inter Milan to attack and they defend. They were playing like, I am Inter Milan, you guys are Bodo Glimt. They were playing the football, taking it to Inter like, we are ready for you guys. No matter of being a big team or having a big name. This is Champions League football. You are at my home, so you don't expect me to just sit down and relax. They really played a wonderful football yesterday, and they got their 3 points.
Okay, they got their 3 points. Now, let's talk about something that has been trending, and one of the guys who has initiated it is Mr. Easy.
Yeah.
Mr. Easy, the musician.
Yeah.
He came out on X yesterday to say that he is going to host, or he's looking for, in fact, you should submit your video where you are doing one-on-one. Okay. Players, footballers who are doing one-on-one, they should submit their videos. So where you dribble, you know what one-on-one is? So you dribble, you score, you dribble somebody to score. When you meet a goalkeeper or you meet a striker or whatever, just one-on-one. What do you do? Yes, what do you do with that opportunity? So I saw the video last night where he was making a video telling everyone out there to submit their videos. If you can dribble one-on-one, you should submit your video. So I'm bringing it to you that is watching out there. Go on X. Go and check Mr. Easy, Don Easy on X. You will see the announcement where he said that if you can dribble. So you out there watching our sports show this morning, you should also go. Me, I'm gonna do my own.
Who are you going to?
I'm gonna dribble worldwide.
Are you sure you can even kick the ball?
Are you serious? Oh, don't worry.
So I wanted to ask this video. What's he using it for? Is he trying?
No. It's actually a promo.
Okay.
He's promoting African football. Okay. He's promoting grassroots football and trying to use that opportunity to encourage young professionals who are football and sports driven to do something. I think we're gonna. Do you know there was a time in Enugu they do jogging? People joggled the football. Yeah, like you had to juggle. Yes, jogging. There was a time in Enugu. I think that was last 2 years.
Yeah.
Enugu hosted jogging. They had to juggle. Just
number of times you can juggle.
You can juggle with the ball, and that's actually one of the things that empowers the youth. Oh, can you juggle the ball? Okay, can you? Many years ago when I was playing video game, and when I was playing the game, you will also see that if you shoot your ball if you play a shot and it enters, that's not a goal until you head it. You cross it. We are doing crossing and heading, or we don't even score. We want to hit the woodwork.
Yeah.
If you hit how many woodworks you will hit, that's what makes you. That's the goal we'll be counting. So I think Bistisi is bringing something very interesting to African football. And just this morning, he has already commented and reacted to one of the posts. He has already reacted and commented to one of the posts. I'm like, wow. So I think we are seeing this thing happening. And people promoting and bringing in what it takes to, participate. And you see, at the end of the day, there will be a lot of talent. People will
turn up.
Yes, people will turn up.
What young ones are looking up.
Yes.
Just an opportunity for them to showcase themselves. Just one-on-one, you get someone, It's either you are dribbling the person.
Yes.
If you are a keeper,
I will dribble you. So
after the show,
we'll see about that. We'll go to a pitch.
Just go to the pitch.
Let me just show you
no problem. I believe you.
My skills.
You have the legs.
You see, you can see me. I have the legs.
You have the legs.
Now let's talk about just briefly. We're expecting teams to qualify for this Champions League next phase. Yeah, now, looking at Arsenal is already on the top and they are already qualified. Now, do you think, why would Real Madrid, do you think Benfica, when they go to Real Madrid's home next week, will have the opportunity to qualify, since there's already tension around what is happening around the racial abuse on Vini Jr., allegedly racial abuse to Vini Jr.?
Of course, football, you never say never.
Yes, you never say never.
There's opportunity for anybody to go through, but if we have seen the first leg, it was an evenly contested match. We won't say Madrid we are so good that Benfica didn't try. Benfica also played a beautiful football first half. At least I saw the first half. They played a wonderful football, gave it to Madrid, but somebody must come out victorious, right? So at the end of the day, they came out. Madrid won the match with just a goal. So going back to Madrid's house is something that anybody can take the win. If Benfica scores first and decide to defend all through,
and they can play that defense. They can of course.
Do that.
They are Mourinho.
That will be the end.
They are a Mourinho side, and
Mourinho that is there.
You know what Mourinho can do.
What he did with Chelsea. So anybody can come out in that match.
Anybody
can. It to anybody.
Yes, of course.
Of course, Madrid are the favourites.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Worldwide, for doing this with me this morning. I wanted to give you a handshake, but.
No, since you are not an Arsenal fan.
Yes, of course. And this is where we wrap it up today on Aneke Sports. Sports Wrap, of course. I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you the best of what happened in the world of sports. See you same time, same station tomorrow by 8:30 a.m. We have started. And I hope you enjoyed today. Have a wonderful day and keep sporting. Bye. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now and Aneke TV, move with the world.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. Your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. President Bola Tinubu assents to Electoral Act 2026 amendment. Independent National Electoral Commission deploys BVAS devices for FCT area council elections. And on the foreign scene, South Africans recruited for Russia conflict return to Johannesburg. And on business, power generation companies seek settlement of 6 trillion naira debt. And now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has signed the Electoral Act 2026 amendment into law barely 24 hours after its passage by the National Assembly. The presidency described the development as a step towards strengthening electoral transparency and inclusiveness ahead of the 2027 general elections. A key provision introduces a hybrid result transmission system, allowing manual collation where electronic transmission fails. The president cited concerns about nationwide broadband capacity, arguing that the amendment protects voters in areas with limited connectivity. The Senate leadership says signed manual result sheets will serve as the primary reference in disputed cases. However, opposition parties, including the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party, have criticized the amendment, warning it may weaken safeguards against manipulation. The amendment also adjusts the electoral timeline, reduces the notice period to 300 days, mandates direct primaries for political parties, and requires fresh elections where winners are disqualified by the courts. The Independent National Electoral Commission is expected to issue updated guidelines. Lawmakers have raised concerns over the federal government's envelope budgeting system, describing it as restrictive for security operations. The critic emerged during the 2026 Budget Defense session in Abuja. Members of the National Assembly argued that fixed expenditure ceilings limit the ability of security and intelligence agencies to respond to emerging threats. They called for a more flexible funding framework. The Office of the National Security Advisor cited irregular overhead releases and stalled capital projects as operational challenges. Lawmakers expressed particular concern over allocations to intelligence services. The committees warned that inadequate funding could undermine national security objectives, urging the executive to review the budget structure to reflect current realities. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it will deploy 3,345 BVAS devices for Saturday's FCT area council elections. The devices will cover all 2,822 polling units across the territory. INEC confirms that results will be uploaded to the IREV portal to enhance transparency. Over 11,000 ad hoc personnel have been mobilized for the exercise. The Nigerian Police Force has announced a restriction of movement across the FCT from 6 o'clock a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. on election day to ensure security. Anti-corruption agencies, including the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, will monitor polling centers. 17 political parties are contesting 68 elective positions. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAN) has repaired 40 wall clocks at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport following public complaints on social media. Images showing non-functional clocks displaying international time zones had triggered widespread reactions online. Travelers criticized what they described as poor facility maintenance. FAN responded by confirming corrective action and releasing visuals showing restored functionality. The agency thanked the concerned passengers for the feedback. The incident had renewed discussions about infrastructure maintenance standards in public institutions, with stakeholders calling for proactive facility management. Authorities have confirmed 37 fatalities following a gas exposure incident in Zura community, Wasi local government area of Plateau State. 26 others are receiving medical treatment. Police say the victims were minors operating in a poorly ventilated environment. Preliminary findings indicate inhalation of toxic gases, including carbon monoxide. Security and safety teams have secured the site for atmospheric assessment and laboratory analysis. Officials report no evidence of an explosion. The police command has warned residents against illegal mining activities, citing persistent safety risks. Investigations into the cause of the gas discharge are ongoing. The Enugu State Police Command has confirmed the death of 11 passengers yesterday after a large tree fell onto commercial vehicles while discharging some passengers at the Market Square in Ohum, Udi local government area. The two vehicles involved the accident was a Toyota Hiace bus and a Sienna minivan. According to a statement by the State Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Daniel Undukwe, upon receiving the report, operatives attached to Night Mine Division, with the assistance of community members, rescued 4 persons trapped in the vehicles and secured the scene. The statement reveals that preliminary findings indicate that the vehicles had conveyed passengers from Old Park, Enugu, and were headed to various villages within Ohum or Batu axis when the incident happened. The police believe that the tree was brought down by heavy rainfall, strong winds, and apparent internal decay. The statement quotes the Commissioner of Police as commiserating with the families of the deceased and the entire Ohum community over the unfortunate incident. According to the statement, the Commissioner advises community leaders and residents across the state to regularly inspect and maintain large or aging trees around markets, motor parks, schools, and residential areas, particularly during the rainy season, to prevent similar tragedies. The Kano State government has approved a 1-hour reduction in working hours for civil servants during the 144-7 AH Ramadan period. Under the directive, workers will close at 3 o'clock p.m. from Monday to Thursday. Friday's schedules remain unchanged. Officials say the adjustment supports civil servants observing the fasting period while maintaining administrative efficiency. The directive applies across ministries, departments, and judiciary and will remain in effect throughout Ramadan. Chief Justice of Nigeria Kudirat Kekere Ekun has cautioned against unsubstantiated allegations of corruption targeting the judiciary. The CJN spoke during the swearing-in on 14 Federal High Court judges in Abuja. She stressed that broad accusation without evidence erode public confidence. Justice Kekere Ekun reaffirmed the National Judicial Council's commitment to accountability, noting that the appointments followed rigorous screening procedures. The new judges were ordered to uphold integrity and resist undue influence, with assurance that proven misconduct will attract disciplinary measures. The Economic and Financial Crime Commission has granted bail to former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai. Security sources say he was subsequently taken into custody by the Department of State Services for questioning. Officials indicate that the development is linked to ongoing investigations. Reports suggest possible arraignment at the Federal High Court. Authorities have not released further details. Legal proceedings are expected to clarify the charges. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board (JAMB) has announced that sales of e-pins for the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME) will close on February 26. The board says the deadline marks the end of the vending process nationwide, stressing that candidates will no longer be able to purchase registration pins after midnight on the closing date. According to JAMB, more than 1.5 million candidates have successfully completed their registration ahead of the examination scheduled to commence in April. The board clarified that while e-pin sales end on February 26, physical registration will continue on to February 28, strictly for candidates who have already obtained valid pins. JAMB urged prospective candidates who are yet to complete the registration to do so promptly, warning that no extension will be granted beyond the stipulated deadlines. The examination body emphasized that adherence to the registration timeline is critical to ensuring a smooth and well-coordinated conduct of the UTME. JAMB also advised candidates to carefully verify their personal details and examination choices during registration to avoid errors that may affect the admission prospects. The board reiterated its commitment to maintaining the integrity, transparency, and efficiency of the examination process. Candidates are encouraged to utilize accredited registration centers and follow all official guidelines as the examination date approaches. The Commissioner of Police, Enugu State Command, Mamman Beatrice Giwa, has decorated 352 officers promoted to Assistant Superintendent of Police. The promotions approved by the Police Service Commission follow the Departmental Selection Board screening. CP Giwa charged the officers to uphold discipline and professionalism, noting that confirmation requires a 2-year probation period. Police authorities say the ceremony was attended by senior officers, family members and colleagues of the newly promoted ASPs. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Bola Tinubu signs Electoral Act 2026 amendment into law. Independent National Electoral Commission completes deployment of BVAS for FCT area council elections. And coming up shortly, South Africans recruited for Russia conflict return to Johannesburg. Power generation companies call for settlement of outstanding 6 trillion naira debt. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Still on the news. 4 South African men who were recruited to fight alongside Russian forces in Ukraine's Donbas region have returned home. They arrived at OR Tambo International Airport on Wednesday and were met by South African police following distress calls from the group last November. The release came after direct intervention by President Cyril Ramaphosa, who secured their freedom in a recent phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The government confirms diplomatic engagement was central to the extraction. South African law prohibits citizens from joining foreign armed forces without authorization. Legal scrutiny is expected even as families express relief. Other countries including Kenya, India and Sri Lanka have reported similar illegal recruitment of citizens into Russia's war efforts. United Arab Emirates President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan met with U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham in Abu Dhabi on Wednesday. The 90-minute meeting at Qas Al-Shati addressed speculation surrounding the Emirati leader's health. Senator Graham publicly dismissed rumors as false narratives on social media, affirming Sheikh Mohammed's well-being. Officials released photographs and video of the discussions, countering weeks of online speculation. The leaders also discussed bilateral cooperation and regional security amid heightened Middle East tensions. Analysts view the meeting as reinforcing diplomatic ties between the UAE and the United States. Russian President Vladimir Putin met with Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez at the Kremlin on Wednesday. Putin condemned recent U.S. restriction on Cuba, calling them unacceptable, and pledged continued Russian support for Havana. Kremlin officials confirmed Russia will supply oil and other resources to help Cuba manage tightening U.S. energy constraints. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov separately warned against a full naval blockade of Cuba. The visit underscores ongoing Russia-Cuba cooperation amid broader global tensions. Putin reaffirmed Moscow's commitment to its long-standing partnership with Cuba despite pressure from Washington. Poland has issued an European arrest warrant for former Deputy Justice Minister Marcin Romanowski on charges of public funds abuse. Romanowski has been granted asylum in Hungary, complicating Warsaw's efforts. The warrant deepens a diplomatic rift between Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, pro-EU government, and Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban's administration. Hungary has also provided refuge for former Justice Minister Zbigniew Ziobro. Polish authorities maintain the investigation is aimed at restoring the rule of law. Budapest describes the effort as politically motivated persecution. The dispute adds strain to EU internal dynamics. Heavy black smoke was seen over Parand on the outskirts of Tehran on Wednesday afternoon. Videos on social media showed significant haze near several sensitive military and strategic sites. Iranian officials reported a fire broke out in Nids along the Purand River. The Purand Fire Department said crews were dispatched and extinguishing operations are ongoing. State media emphasized the blaze was not linked to military infrastructure. The incident occurred amid reports to intensified repair and fortification efforts at strategic locations in the region. Nigeria's electricity sector faces a liquidity crisis as outstanding payments to power generation companies have reached 6 trillion naira. The Association of Power Generation Companies says the debt is crippling maintenance, fuel procurement and grid expansion. GenCos warned that without urgent resolution, national power supply sustainability is at risk. The group's CEO, Joy Ogaji, dismissed claims of institutionalized extortion and phantom subsidies as misinformation. The association has offered to open its financial records for audit to demonstrate the severity of funding shortfalls. The crisis highlights structural challenges in the power value chain since privatization in 2013. Nigeria's headline inflation eased to 15.10% in January, down from 15.15% in December. This moderation defied analysts' predictions that inflation could rise toward 19.5%, driven largely by slower food prices increase. Currency stability has returned some confidence to markets, with the naira appreciating about 8% this year. Experts say this shift gives the Central Bank of Nigeria room to consider its tight monetary policy. As the Monetary Policy Committee prepares to meet next week, expectations have shifted toward potential interest rate cuts. Analysts caution that while easing could support growth, it must be balanced against currency and price stability risks. The Lagos International Polo Tournament concluded at the Ribadu Road Polo Theatre with host teams dominating. The STL team, inspired by Sheyi Tinubu, secured multiple titles including the Magic Dumi Cup and Independence Cup. Lagos teams such as Art Hotel and Shoreline A1 filled the podium, while Kano Alchemy won the Silver Cup and Port Harcourt YBL captured the Governor's Cup. The tournament featured 27 teams and international players from Argentina, South Africa and Europe. Lagos Polo Club President Adeyemo Alakija praised the high level of competition and encouraged early preparation for next year's event. Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich have reignited interest in Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen. The club is monitoring the Galatasaray forward ahead of the summer transfer window to strengthen its attacking options. Osimhen scored 15 goals and provided 3 assists in 22 appearances this season, drawing attention from European scouts. His market value is estimated at £75 million, despite focusing on Galatasaray Champions League campaign, including a key fixture against Juventus. Renewed interest from Bayern suggests a potential bidding battle ahead. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has inaugurated the board of the Lagos State Sports Trust Fund. The board's mandate is to mobilize private sector investment for grassroots and school sport development. Veteran sport administrator Enita Oshodi was named chairman, with Olaposi Agumbade as executive secretary and CEO. The initiative aims to complement government funding and complete stored infrastructure projects. Officials say strengthening school-based programs and facilities will expand athlete development and encourage corporate participation through transparent frameworks. And in entertainment, Nollywood actress Annie Macaulay Idibia has spoken about overcoming challenges from a past toxic relationship. She said she remained in the situation too long, confusing survivor for love. Annie credited the book, The Crowded Bed, and The Empty Throne with helping her confront personal issues. She urged women in similar situations to uphold the standard and self-worth. Following her 2025 separation from singer Baba, the actress described the experience as a painful blessing that taught her independence and resilience. Veteran actor Yemi Sholade is celebrating his daughter Kofoworo's last university graduation from Caleb University. He took to social media to praise her intelligence, strength and independence. Sholade said her academic milestone marks the launch of a promising future. He highlighted that the achievement is the beginning of new opportunities rather than an end. The graduation adds to a trend in Nollywood families marking academic success, with several celebrity parents recently celebrating their children's degree from local and international institutions. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu has assented to the Electoral Act 2026 amendment, introducing key reforms including a hybrid result transmission system, mandatory direct primaries for political parties, and fresh elections where winners are disqualified by the courts. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has completed the deployment of thousands of BVAS devices across polling units for the Federal Capital Territory Area Council elections, with assurance that results will be uploaded to the IREF portal. Authorities in South Africa confirmed that citizens previously recruited into the Russia conflict have returned to Johannesburg as investigations continue into the circumstances surrounding their involvement. Power generation companies have renewed calls for the settlement of outstanding debt estimated at 6 trillion naira, warning that liquidity challenges in the sector could threaten electricity supply nationwide. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for watching.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. And Aneke TV, move with the world.
Where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage, or vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally tasked with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity, but Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, Meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
morning, Nigeria. Good morning, all 42, and a beautiful morning to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose, and of course, bringing you today's sunrise. I am Deborah Wakuba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, today is Thursday, 19th February 2026, and we've got a power-packed morning for you here today on Sunrise, where we've got our latest news, what's trending, and of course, that special Sunrise variety help you start your day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is here.
Alright, and on Sunrise, we'll be starting off with our weather for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond. So you know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, debated, and of course, tasty.
Yeah, alright, now let's move over to our weather for today, covering the cities across the southeast.
Yes, we'll take a look at all the major weathers across southeast today to get you prepared before you step out.
I'll be starting off in Oka. Good morning, Oka. Expect another toasty warm day in Oka. Highs will be around 33 to 34 degrees Celsius with a low around 25 to 26 degrees Celsius as the evening rolls in. While it's mostly dry and sunny, some cloudy spells may drift through, but rain chances are low.
And good morning, Coal City. Over to Enugu. It's going to be hot and mostly dry. Typical of this time of year, expect daytime highs near 33 to 34 degrees Celsius, with nights cooling a bit to about 21 to 22 degrees Celsius. Humidity will make it feel a touch sticky at times, but nothing too dramatic.
And over in Abakaliki, prepare for high temperatures and sunshine. February in Abakaliki often sees highs reaching close to 36 to 37 degrees Celsius with moderate humidity and occasional brief rain chances. However, most of the day stays bright and warm.
And good morning, Imo State. Over to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri follows the same hot rhythm, with daytime highs near 35 to 36 degrees Celsius and warm night temperatures around 24 degrees Celsius. The heat index that feels like temperatures may push things into the 40 degrees Celsius plus zone under full sunshine.
And finally in Umahia brings us hot, humid vibes with highs near 33 to 34 degrees Celsius and evenings about 22 degrees Celsius, with a slightly higher chance of brief showers than in some other southeast areas. But overall, it's still a day that leans towards sunshine and warmth.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do keep an umbrella handy. Remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and we'll return with updates.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at our newspapers for today.
Alright, and joining us this morning is Dr. Chigozie Anarado, development scientist and public affairs analyst. Doc, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning, sir.
And welcome to our viewers.
All right, Doc, before we get into the issues, let me ask my signature question. How is Nigeria treating you?
Well, you see, it is my attitude to Nigeria. Nigeria is not treating everybody, not just myself, but we survive in Nigeria. That means that the treatment we get from Nigeria is not the best we should get. But the attitude is more important than what we get from Nigeria. And the attitude is, we will survive.
We will survive.
Positive attitude.
That's a very big positive attitude. Thank you, Doc. Let's take a look at the headlines.
All right, now to our headlines for today. Our Nation headline is saying, Electoral Act 2026 goes into effect. And from the Punch newspaper says, Electoral Act 2026, Tinubu defends assent, opposition raises hell. And from the Daily Trust is saying electoral law sign transparency questions linger. And on the Guardian paper headline says 2027 credibility battle shifts to Aneke as Tinubu signs Electoral Act. And our paper today will be starting from the Punch newspaper, where the major headline says Tinubu defends assent, opposition raises hell. According to the Punch paper, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has defended his decision to sign the Electoral Act 2026 into law, describing it as necessary for strengthening Nigeria's democracy. However, opposition parties are not smiling. They are reportedly criticizing the certain provisions of the law, arguing that some clauses may weaken transparency rather than enhance it. He said political exchanges are already on the way, setting the stage for what could become a fierce pre-2027 election contest. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your take.
All right. I will surprise my take on this issue when you have a doctor in the likes of Dr. Chigozie Anarado. You suppress your opinion and get an expert opinion on issues. We have a development scientist and a public affairs analyst. Doc, looking at this issue, President Tinubu has given the nation what he described as a gift. Now, with President Bola Tinubu signing the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment, how do you see this reshaping Nigeria's political landscape ahead of the 2027 general election?
Yeah, thank you, Che. And once more, I thank our viewers. Uche, you said the president gave us a gift. What you didn't tell us was whether it was a French gift or an English gift.
Doc, that was in the words of Mr. President. He said it was a national gift.
Yes. We don't know whether it's a French gift or a Dutch gift or an English gift. And, we don't go into describing these gifts. You can find out what those gifts portend. The truth of the matter is that yesterday was actually a dark spot on the lining in our march towards democratic improvement. That's the truth of the matter. Mr. President assessed himself and was clapping for himself. That's what he said. He had made progress. And I listened to Mr. President and I was appalled. With due respect to him and his office, I didn't understand how a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the largest black nation in the world, the most populous black African nation, the hope of Africa as it were, in 21st century in 2026 was telling Nigerians that we should query our technology and query our broadband system. The president, who is the chief executive officer in Nigeria, who is the commander-in-chief, whom Nigerians have entrusted with improving our infrastructure, who has been on the seat for 3 years now, almost, is telling us to go and query our technology infrastructure. That where are we technically? That was what I had my president saying. I should ordinarily ask my president, where are we technically? Why is it that in 2026, 5 years after we had made progress to the extent that the Independent National Electoral Commission had said that we had enough coverage to do 93% transmission when we were debating the 2022 electoral bill that later became the 2022 Electoral Act. And true to type, the general election in 2023, aside the mischief, which we do think was man-made, because the glitch that has been made notorious by Aneke has not been explained to Nigerians up to today. In a same country, there should have been a public inquiry into the nature of the glitch and will characterize the fingerprints of the technology during the election to actually see what really happened, if for nothing, to make progress. But all has been shrouded in darkness and opacity. Yet, we saw that initially, the National Assembly elections in 2023 were almost uploaded up online. And Nigerians saw the elections results real time. 4-5 years down the line, after the initial argument, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria was still boldly telling Nigerians that he had made history. That instead of computer talking to us as the final result, human beings would talk to us. I don't know if we have set time to interpret that the statement of Mr. President. Instead of computer, in this time and age, when in a country like United States, for example, the result could be called by a media house, CNN, CBS, any media house could actually put out the result projection without waiting for the Secretariat in charge of the election to announce, because the results were being seen real time. And you could project the winning party and the winning president even before it was announced because of the help of technology. Technology could give you the answers. And Mr. President was telling us that we didn't have to rely on technology, that we should rely on human beings who have proven themselves to be highly mischievous, unreliable, and misleading. And this is Nigeria that the rest of Africa is waiting to lead Africa. We are being told that, look, worse things could come. We could get to the level of Uganda, where internet will be shut down on the day of election, just so that we can satisfy the ambitions of those who will come out to tell us that we have avoided hacking, quote and in quotes. Hack what? Uche and Deborah and our viewers, we are not even talking about electronic voting. We were not talking, and we are still not talking about electronic collation of results. The amendment bill that Nigerians yearned for was to transmit the image of the Form EC8A so that everybody could see what happened in a polling unit thousands of kilometers away from you if you so desire. That way transparency will be assured. That way post-electoral violences could be tamed. That way we could build confidence in our electoral process. That way we could attract foreign direct investment into our systems. But now, people are telling us about hacking. I don't know what they talk about, because maybe they didn't understand what Nigerians wanted. Maybe they didn't even understand what the proposals that took months, painstaking hard work of civil society, even the electoral umpire itself was represented in the committee, of the legislators who were positive minded, of even members of the judiciary who made inputs. And after all this, a bill was crafted to repeal and amend the 2022 Electoral Act. And that bill went after the first reading, second reading, it went out for public hearing where Nigerians saw it and made their inputs and said, this is what we want. At least the minimum. We could have asked for electronic voting, where I would either go out or sit in the comfort of my home and punch the party and candidate I want, and I will see the result reflect. But no, we probably do not, maybe we have not got ready for that kind of thing. We were saying, even the ones who vote manually, the ones that are counted and tallied manually, the results that are filled in, let us snap the results and send to an RFV portal So that in the process of manual collation, nobody had asked for electronic collation. In the process of manual collation, if there is any controversy about the result contained in the form EC8A or from EC8B or from EC8C, the IREV could be referred to see what was transmitted from the polling units. And if, because section 64 of the bill, I'm not talking about the act now,
Okay.
because it moved from bill to act. Section 64 of the proposed bill was that in the sub D was that in events where there was discrepancy between what was manually written in the from EC8A and what was transmitted, the one transmitted through the IRF will take precedence because he had been devoid of human interference in the movement process. And that is what the politicians were running away from. I don't know if Nigerians noticed the reluctance of the Senate when we were talking about the passage of the amendment bill. Incidentally, after the House of Rep had passed it in December, by January, when the Senate returned from a very long break, the longest break in National Assembly in the world, the English National Parliament returned to work on 3rd of January. The American Parliament returned to work on 3rd of January. Most parliaments, the South African parliaments around the world returned to work before the 5th of January. Nigerian Parliament, as out of the last week of January, had not come back to work. And at the end of the day, they will collect fat allowances. So after that long break, Christmas break, which they had just returned and they were waiting for the Salah and Easter break to proceed, Ramadan and Easter, they began to dilly-dally. And I saw the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, warning senators to be careful, that if they were not careful with that bill as it were, that, quote and unquote, we will regret it when we get to the tribunal. Unquote. I shrunk in my mind. What was the Senate President talking about? It was there and then that I made up my mind that the Senate was not interested in passing that electronic transmission of results. Subsequently, the rest is said to be history. The maneuvering that happened in the Senate, the initial justification by the Senate President that, we retained the clause in Electoral Act 2022. When the pressure came from Nigerians and civil society, he convened an emergency Senate and said, we will now pass it with a proviso. Is there a need for the proviso? My answer is no. Because beavers as an equipment, apart from having the capacity to accredit offline and online, it has the capacity to capture the image, and the moment you click send, you don't have access to the document again. The document would have been queued up for availability of internet, assuming it wasn't immediately available. And any movement to the slightest availability of internet is a small size document, a few kilobytes. Is it up to 1 megabyte? It will go into the IRF. So that provision was totally unnecessary. In fact, it was, for me, it was an escape route to say, we can always say there is no network. Therefore, we will discard transmission. And we resort to manual manipulation. The word is mine.
Manual manipulation.
That's what it's obviously crafted to be. Because we Nigerians we are ready to deal with manual collation. So far as we will have to do cross-check on the IRF to see that what you have on the paper is still the same thing that we have on the paper that we're looking at the image on the IRF. But we saw the movement. The House of Rep, which had passed its own bill, started to make a vote force. Somersaulted into trying to reopen the bill. When it initially tried to reopen the bill, it met resistance across party lines. They went on recess. The harmonization committee, made up of 12 members of the Senate and 12 members of the House of Rep, were supposed to sit and harmonize. And in harmonization, you don't change anything, not one letter. It's either you take the version of the House of Rep or you take the version of the Senate. Knowing the danger in it, the harmonization committee did not sit. What we had was an emergency National Assembly convened for 2 days ago. As it was convened, the Senate was doing its own, the House of Rep was playing another game. Suddenly, a new version of the bill came in, and we saw the Deputy Speaker, who was presiding, now started considering an altered bill from the Electoral Committee that had already finished its work long time ago. The work was no longer within the rest of the Electoral Committee because a harmonization committee had been set. We saw a new work from the Electoral Committee, and the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ben Carlo, was now doing what was supposed to be a clause-by-clause consideration as a batch-by-batch consideration. Section 1 to 10, the gavel will go. Section 11 to 20, the gavel will go. Section 21 to 30, the gavel will go. Section 31 to 40, the gavel will go. 41 to 60, the gavel will go. Which kind of parliament does this kind of work? In the glare of the whole world, even when the members were overwhelmingly shouting point of order, the next thing we heard was, oh, if you are an APC, go this way. If you are not, go the other way. It became a party blackmail. I am happy that the majority of the opposition lawmakers staged the walkout. That's the way it should be, to show their protest. Eventually, the shenanigan was passed. But like the high point of it was that, unlike what we see in the parliamentary processes, where after a bill shall have been passed, the votes and proceedings will be collected, approved, and the clerk of the National Assembly will transmit same to Mr. President, who ordinarily is expected to get an input from the Attorney General of the Federation and his advisors and move ahead to either sign or withhold his signature. But almost less than 24 hours after the bill had been passed, Mr. President appeared and signed. You would ask yourself, when did the voter proceedings got collected and moved to the president? When did the president read over 120-page documents in less than 24 hours in order to prepare his signature and he signed? What it tells me, or what it told me, was that this was more or less an executive plan. Mr. President was in the works, knew about what was going on, and he said he was keenly monitoring. And I don't think that he was not just monitoring, he was keenly processing, guarding what was happening in the National Assembly, until what was brought out from the works was what exactly he had instructed. And he did not even bother to look again, he signed. The danger is that as you and I speak, whether the opposition is blowing hot or cold, we are not even sure of what the amended act is. Because we live in a country where the National Assembly supposedly passes a law. By the time it goes to the presidency and out, you have a different version. We saw it in the tax laws. We saw it in other laws. So Nigerians are not even sure of what has been signed into law until if they agree to show us the gazetted copies. Because they might even decide to conceal the copies If you make noise, they will tell you that you have not seen the gazette or the gazetted copies. When we see the gazetted copies, we will be able to say exactly the real content of the new Electoral Act 2026. Because, I mean, I wouldn't know. Whatever we say now will be in the realm of conjectures, really. There's a section of the Act that is supposed to allow Nigerians to go to Aneke website. So long as you have a voter identification number, VIN, you can download your voter's card if you misplace one.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be there. We're not sure if it's still there. By the time it appears in the Gazette. There is a section that is supposed to, section 84 or so, that is supposed to, that is where I am sure the political parties are going to run around very soon and ask for an amendment. Even the APC itself. The section talks about the mode of selecting candidates or electing candidates by the political parties, where it does say that the only modes allowed will be direct primaries or consensus. Now removing the indirect primaries. Delegate primaries will no longer be necessary. So that on the surface would look like it's a good move to curb vote buying that Gagatos vote buying that happens during the primaries where dollars are shared. But how political parties are going to grapple with it, whether they have enough structures, financing to undertake direct primaries, and whether consensus is not another way of forcing candidates on the people by the powers that be and political godfathers. We are going to see all those things. Right. So as it is, like I said in the beginning, it's a dark lining on the cloud in our march towards democratic improvement. However, I do think that as Nigerians, we will not abandon the struggle to the political class. The country belongs to Nigerians. And insofar as we insist that Nigerians should take control, we will be able to push the political class to the point where they accept that power belongs to the people. Because some people tend to give up that since they have smuggled in the proviso, which will give them the opportunity to now say there is no network or the technology is not working, therefore let us resort to it manually collated and manipulated. What my pain is that we want to remain on the turf where we continue to throw punches and hick scuffs. We continue to fight for the rating to be done. Whereas we could have allowed technology to save us that fight. Oh, you have to do the right thing. Once it transmits, or watch it, you can't change it the moment it's online. But as it were, let us not despair. Let us not give up. We can still get things done. Time will come when this class of politicians will go and the new breed of politicians probably will come in. But the question is whether we are ready to make ourselves the agents of change.
Whether we are ready to make ourselves the agents of change. Yeah.
Because the society gets the leadership it deserves.
The society gets the leadership it deserves.
Absolutely.
Doc, listening to you, I have no doubts because you've painted a very vivid picture of a nation in a very dark spot.
Absolutely.
However, for the sake of emphasis, and I ask, a lot of critics argue that the amendment favors certain political actors. And I ask, in your view, what does this mean for fairness and transparency in Nigeria's electoral process?
Thank you, Chair. I honestly think that it's a setback for transparency. I think it's a setback for fairness. Having had the experience of 2023 and saw the uncharitable position taken by the Nigerian Supreme Court. Because the laws, to my mind, for full declaration, I'm not a lawyer, but things are written in English language that we understand. The 2022 Electoral Act empowered Aneke to use the technology that it deemed fit to run the election. And INEC brought up the beavers and the RF as the technology that it will use and gave out a guideline, which the Electoral Act had empowered it to bring the guideline and use the technology that he deemed fit. And then it gave a guideline and said, this is the way things will be done. Results should be transmitted to the RF. And when these RF results were tendered in the courts, the Nigerian judiciary disappointed Nigerians by saying, oh, the RF and the beavers were not explicitly captured in either the Electoral Act or the Nigerian Constitution. That the INEC guidelines were inferior were not laws, that they were inferior to our laws. A lot of us were disappointed. But if the Supreme Court speaks, if you want an orderly society, whether you like the decision or not, you will accept it. Nigerians grudgingly accepted that. And therefore began to bring in these technologies into the forefront of our laws. And that's why Nigerians angered and wanted the beavers, the electronic transmission of results, to be captured vividly in the 2026 Electoral Act by amending the 2022 Electoral Act. When we thought we were almost there, the Gospel Ababio-led Senate, obviously orchestrated by the intent of Mr. President and the leaders of the APC. Because, I mean, personally, I am not giving to pandering to support of one party or criticism of another party. I have always faced the political class, irrespective of the political party they belong to. But this time around, the chicken has actually come home to roost. We have a president who came from the pro-democracy community, as it were. Even when some people believe that the election went the way it went, we thought that we were going to see activism in leadership, change that was going to be, profound, that will push us to the next level, that will get us away from, continually being the landlord of the third world countries, to move into the second and first world, as the likes of India, Brazil, Singapore, China, that prior to 1960 we were teetering together in the third world. But we're still there now. What do we have? A political party that has come out, openly making it look clear that they do not want that level of transparency in our electoral process. That's why I said that it's a setback for transparency. If there's a contest, people vote. We want to ensure that there's transparency in the voting. There's fairness. If I lose, I will see that I didn't quite do well enough to win. I didn't convince people to vote for me, and I will accept the results. Richard Deborah and listeners, if we were here in 2007, 2011, a little bit of 2015, the turgidity in 2015 was so much that we thought it was going to burst into another conflagration. But in 2007 and 2011, the problem we had was perception. One candidate will be doing well in one part of northern Nigeria. His followers would imagine that was how well he was doing in other parts of Nigeria. One candidate in one part of southern Nigeria will be doing very well on the election day. His followers will think that was how well he was doing in other part of Nigeria. And once the results were announced, contrary to their perception of belief, there was an outbreak of violence, thinking that their candidate had been rigged out, whether real or imagined. Violence would usually follow. We saw people die in post-election violence in 2007. we saw Nigerians, especially UCOM members, that went to offer service to their motherland and fatherland, die in post-election violence in 2011 because of the perception people had about who had been declared and who had won the election. That mischief would have been ostensibly cured by the electronic transmission of election results from the polling units to the IREV. Because a man sitting in Karanamoda would see how the candidate is performing in Otuoke, in the Far Delta, in Ilesha, and the man sitting in Obeledu, Onisha, Amugo, will see how the other candidate is performing in Birnin Kebbi. And he can view the result and say, oh, I am supporting Mr. A. He has won 90% of the votes in my region. But see, in the other regions, he's getting less than 20% of the votes. These pigeons seem to have flown away from us. Quick tabulation will show everybody where the candidates stand. And you can't convince me to go into violence when I have seen that results emanating from another part of the country have not favored my candidate, even when he has done well in our locality. That is a missed opportunity, Chandebora. Now Nigeria, the leaders, APC leaders, have made Nigerians to miss in trying to consolidate on our improvement and moving further to the next level in actually our leadership selection process. Because we do accept the fact that the majority of our problems revolves around leadership and leadership selection. If we get clean pathway in the process of our leadership selection, everybody will know that if I get into power, if I get into leadership position, if I don't do well, the next election will be a judgment day for me. And I have no option than to struggle to impress the people and show, as they will say, all workings, that I have done well in order to deserve a re-election. And once that begins to happen, what that does is that the people who are well-intentioned will begin to gravitate towards leadership because they know that the system has made it transparent, fair, and it is credible for them to emerge. And when they emerge, they have no option than to do good by the people. But if we missed, as we have missed the opportunity now, it is now possible that we'll continue to, group around, seeking for development, when we had opportunity to have pointed to where development was and moved towards it. Now, if people continue to manipulate elections, if they will say, oh, no, there's no technology, no network, they will go and write result. Change what has happened at the polling units. I have had people, by the way, say, oh, all parties should have polling agents. If they have polling agents, they'll protect their results. I get appalled when I hear such arguments. Because it does mean that those who are making the argument actually do not understand where the rest of the world is. They are saying that we must continue to throw physical punches at each other. You must continue to fight to see that you don't add 0 to 15 to become 150. When ordinary technology would have made it impossible for you to add the 0. So you must gather people to stay around and continue to fight each other, kill each other, because, we know what happens. If you are strong politically in one enclave, you can shut out the other party agents from even coming into the collation center. We have seen that happen.
Sure.
They shut them out. In fact, they use even the instrumentality of the security agencies to ensure that the opposition parties do not come into the collation center because they have instrumental power.
Sure.
A question. So, why would we continue to do this kind of thing to ourselves when we have opportunity to move forward? And tomorrow we will have a story to tell our children that we tried our best and our best was not good enough. We didn't try our best. So, to answer your question succinctly, it was a missed opportunity. It portends one step forward because I'm sure we're not where we used to be, but we have made a step forward and 2 steps backwards. If you ask me.
Oh, Doc, let's take a look at what the Guardian newspaper has to say.
Okay.
Alright, now next paper coming from the Guardian newspaper says 2027 credibility battle shifts to INEC as Tinubu signs Electoral Act. Now the Guardian reports that attention is now shifting to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as the credibility battle ahead of 2027 intensifies. With the law signed, INEC now carries the responsibility of implementing it effectively. Political stakeholders, civil society groups and international observers are expected to scrutinize every step the Commission takes in preparation for the next general elections.
All right. Doc, you've been quite explicit and holistic on your approach to these issues.
Okay.
But looking at the headline of the Guardian newspaper, they're speaking directly to INEC. And I know you've touched on it, but for emphasis, I will still go again.
Yeah.
And I ask, how will the newly amended Electoral Act affect the role of INEC and the deployment of technologies like Vivas in ensuring credible, the word is credible, election?
Yeah, thank you, Uche. It will affect the work of INEC enormously. Positively or negatively, we will see that when it starts to happen. Because in building an institution, you have two arms, the legal framework and the human element. So the legal framework, as badly as it has been knocked, it's been knocked off, right? We're not going to deal with the human element.
Yeah.
Because part of the biggest problem in our society is the absence of characters in the people that run the system.
Sorry.
So,
Sorry, Doc.
Yep.
Sorry. You made a point now. The absence of character
in the people that run the
system.
public systems. Yes.
Okay.
So the fight, I agree with Guardian, right? Yeah. It has shifted to INEC. Well, Professor Mufta has been put on the spot. Because one is to have law, another is to judiciously and painstakingly implement the laws. Those who are dubious, no matter how good the laws are, will still manipulate the laws to have a negative end. Now, there's a lot of elements in the supposed new law. Like I said, I maintain my position until we see the Gazette. We can speak to the Gazette when we see the Gazette, because we do not know what could have changed from the National Assembly to the presidential villa. You know, things would have fallen off and fallen in up on the road. We do not know. But assuming that what we know, making that assumption is what is, the number of days required to actually announce the dates and guidelines for the election has shifted from 360 days to 300 days. The time required for the political parties to submit their nominated candidates has shifted from 180 days to, I think it's if I'm right, 44 months, 120 days. The time required for INEC to publish the accepted list of candidates has shifted from 150 days to 60 days.
Sure.
That's what would have happened. Now, the time required for the funding of INEC for the purpose of the election has also changed. The question becomes, will INEC be able to meet up with the new challenges? If you are to know the number of candidates or the parties that are actually participating in the election by way of nominating candidates in just 4 months of the election, that means you have just 4 months to go and print the ballot papers for that particular election. Almost always, the ballot papers are printed outside Nigeria, probably for security reasons and safety reasons. Would INEC be able to meet up with the challenge, the logistic challenge of printing and delivering the ballot papers? These are the challenges that INEC will have to deal with. Yes, will INEC accept? Because the section 60 sub 3 says, provided there is network. INEC still has a chance of saying in the guidelines, polling presiding officer, the guideline says that the moment you collect the result right in the from EC8A, you must transmit it after capturing it with the beavers to the IRF for your work to be complete. And INEC can say, look, for you, because that's an open question that supposed electoral act 2026 has left. Who makes the call to say that transmission is impossible? It's an open-ended, a question with an open-ended answer. Is it the presiding officer that will say there's no technological provision for me to transmit? I will not transmit. That's where the INEC can come in and say, look, for you to say this, you must get clearance from the supervisor, the electoral officer in the local government, who could be compromised. We must not overlook that. Nigerians are open to compromise. I mean, sometimes we are the cause of our problems. You can get a clearance from the party agents that are available to agree with you that there's no, that there's, the environment for transmission does not exist. Even when we are convinced that there's no environment that can stop transmission. So if Professor Moviton wants to use the opportunity that history has presented to him to adjudicate it, to acquit himself as being on the positive side of history and posterity, in the guidelines, he can still get Aneke to say, you must capture the results and transmit. Because part of section 64 was saying before, when I knew it, that any presiding officer who failed to transmit the result was liable to an offense and was punishable. We don't know whether that is still existing in what would have been signed by Mr. President.
Yeah.
If, assuming that is, and they can hem on it and say, you are presiding officer, in the guidelines to the election, you must capture and transmit the results. If that's the guideline to the other presiding officer, now for you to make that claim that the supervisor, the electoral officer, and all the party agents available must agree in writing that there is no network, that would have made it more difficult for those who actually had planned to use a no network or no transmission situation to manipulate the system during the process of collation, not to do their job. So I agree that the fight has shifted to INEC, because if INEC decides to supervise a free, fair and credible election, the opportunity still exists, even when some of the doors have been closed. We're in this country when we conducted the election, the 1993 election, by open ballot system where we counted persons.
Option A4.
Option A4. I tell people that today you cannot use option A4 again because it's not a fair method. When it happened, it probably would be a fair method. Because today, I might find it difficult to vote against my brother, even when my brother is not qualified, or my sister, because I will have to raise my hand and get counted. When we get home, it probably will be a family problem. But if I had a secret ballot system, even if it's my twin brother, who I know is not capable to hold the position, I can go into the polling booth and vote against him and keep what I voted to myself. Also, the truth of the matter is that we had that period 1993 and we had an election, and the election was adjudged to be credible, free and fair. Today, a responsible, committed electoral officer in the name of by the national chairman, national commissioners, resident electoral commissioners, electoral officers, supervisors, ad hoc staff, and I bring it to the table of Nigerians. We do know that when the chips are down, INEC does not have enough manpower to run the election. Ad hoc staff are recruited into INEC. It may be you and I. It may be you and I. And at the end of the day, we make ourselves available for compromise by the political class. After compromising the system, we'll come back to shout bad governance. Oh, people have rigged the election. I am an academic, and I have seen my colleagues who have participated in election processes. Some have confessed that they were given $5,000, $2,000. I mean, I don't play ostrich. We can't continue to play ostrich. You are a lecturer in Nigeria University, College of Education, Polytechnic, or one institution or the other, public servant. You are made a returning officer. You are a supervising officer, collation officer, at one stage or the other. Politician gives you money. You think it's big money. It's a price to sell. You collect the bribe. You compromise the process and the system. You get the wrong person who had no business coming here to power, elected to be in position. Tomorrow you begin to shout that, oh, education has not been funded. The healthcare has not been funded. Infrastructure development has not been funded. The politicians are corrupt. They are stealing our money. Our children cannot go to school. We don't even have jobs after we have gone to school. Oh, Nigerian society is not working. There is no electricity. You are the architect of the problem. So you see why it's a huge statement made by a Guardian that the attention would have shifted to INEC, because INEC now, as a corporate entity, includes both the leadership of INEC, the staff of INEC, and the ad hoc staff that will be recruited from among Nigerian people who seem to be complaining now. You remember when I said that a society gets the leadership it deserves?
Yeah.
If you and I make that decision to change, to be the agent of change, that if I am the returning officer and I am in charge of announcing the results, and you tell me that the powers that be has told me to announce a wrong thing, I will tell you to tell the powers that be to meet me in heaven. That's why today I have not forgiven Professor
Humphrey Nwosu.
No, not Humphrey Nwosu.
Okay.
What happened in Enugu in 2023? Professor Maduman, also, if I get his name correctly.
Okay.
Or the Professor of Agriculture, Aneke.
Okay.
Who said that his hands were tied, that the powers, this was result I was given to announce from the above. I said, what kind of a professor is that? He can't tell me. I mean, the television, the savior was there. The TV cameras were all upon you. If I were in his position, I will get the real result and say, ladies and gentlemen, if I announce this result, I'm not able to get home. Pray for me to get to heaven, or wherever that is better. I'm going to announce the right result. And I can assure you, with the world viewing the cameras of the TV, nothing was going to happen to him. At least not immediately. So we all miss the chances to make history, to make the changes that our children and posterity will live to see. Can you imagine if Professor Oti of the Federal University of Technology had not stood our ground in Abia State? Have you imagined for a second that the results, the governorship of Abia State would have been different by now?
Definitely.
I'm not saying that, look, I don't belong to the class that claps Oti by the governor Oti. Because when it's time to gather the reeds and remove the corn from the chaff, who will know how well he has done. But the truth of the matter is that a lot of persons are saying that things have improved for the beta in Abia. But the point I'm making is that there was a woman, and thumbs up to the woman, if that is the clear statistics of what the women are. There was a woman in the face of adversities, stood their ground and said, thus far, no more. The right thing I shall do. And went ahead to announce the result against the pressures. If we have 70% of Nigerians, like the biblical Nineveh, who are ready to stand up and say, thus far, no more. The right thing we shall do. Give Nigeria 10 years, Nigeria will become a first world country. And so, to that extent that opportunities have been missed, yet opportunities still exist for INEC to do the right thing, for those of us who get opportunities to join INEC one way or the other, to use our positions to do the right thing and not capitulate to the extent of saying, what shall I do now? They were giving orders and I collected. If I don't collect, they will kill me. Am I the only person that will change Nigeria? Who told you? The collective image of a country is as a result of aggregation of our individual characters. That's the escapism that you see in Nigerians. Everybody tells you, am I the person that will change Nigeria? It is what is prevalent. Yet that same person turns the corner and starts to complain. You are the person that will change Nigeria, Deborah. Uche, you are the person that will change Nigeria. I am the person that will change Nigeria. And the next person, the cameraman, is the person that will change Nigeria. If we all agree that we will change Nigeria, Nigeria is going to be changed. So the political class is smaller in number. And that's why I said, if you're on election day, you accept up and cook and vote the other way. If you are given 10,000 naira and you sell your vote, or if they share a pa, and you go there and clap Ojebego and whether on your mandate or above your mandate, that's if you shout all those things, be sure that like the man in the Bible that you have sold your birthright. And if you sell your birthright, be sure to live with it. So we have had a struggle to change the electoral laws to make it easier. The political class brazenly refused. And they turn around to tell us they have made history. We know that they have made history in a negative sense. The opportunity still remains there. Or we still have a smaller window of opportunity to still get things done, rightly. I was telling you that if we don't take time, we'll slip to the level of Uganda, Zimbabwe, Cameroon, where on the election day you don't see it, the internet is shut down. The reason for shutting down the internet is to ensure that nobody sees what is going on. Because if we are saying no technology, it is possible that day, they say to avoid hacking, we will shut down the internet. Or they even give a clandestine instruction to the MNOs and internet service providers to shut down the internet so that nobody sees how the manipulation goes. They will tell you, you see, we wanted to transmit, but the truth of the matter is that the network has been shut down. So let us do with what we have. We will have to speak to human beings. Everybody who wants to collapse the system will find a reason to hang on to do so. I agree that the focus should be on the INEC. Professor Amupiton knows that history and posterity are beckoning on him. They will have to write on him. They have written on Mahmoud Yakubu. No matter what Mahmoud Yakubu does, he had a bright chance, a bright-minded fellow, respectable as he was, but he stepped into the booby trap. And today, history has written very badly about him. Posterity has refused to forgive him. The likes of Morisiu is in the bad books of history, no matter what he tries to do. As a man I respect in the field of science, and research. But because he was an electoral umpire, history has written very badly of him. Posterity has put him in a dark corner. But we have the likes of Humphrey Nwosu, whom in eternity history will remember him as a man who did good by the people, a man who had the courage to do the right thing, and posterity will continue to hold him as a shining candlelight. that people will say with. So everybody has an opportunity. The likes of Jega, no matter what people think, Jega was able to have the courage to step out and do what people thought was difficult to do. And an incumbent lost election, even on the re-election bid, no matter the sentiment you want to bring to it. So when you have opportunity, Professor Mupiton, I want to use the opportunity to say that you have an opportunity to be on the right side of history and posterity. Let us see how he's going to handle it.
All right. Prof, you've spoken quite eloquently about this issue. There's no doubt that you've cleared every doubt, every hidden spot has been made quite clear. But Doc, before I let you go on this very issue, you've spoken to the legislature, we've looked at the amendments, we've spoken to INEC. Now, Doc, let's look at the implication. What implication does this electoral amendment have for party politics, candidate selection, and voter confidence nationwide?
Yes, I alluded to it. Again, when we see what has been signed into law, we probably will speak more to it.
All right.
However, the law, as we conjecture it, has changed the nature of party politics. You know, before now, when parties resorted to delegate conferences or conventions, where delegates will come together and elect the ticket holder of the party, what we had was a situation where people scampered for delegate control. In political parties, people were trying to manipulate to own delegates. They will tell you that these delegates belong to Mr. and Mrs. A. Mr. and Mrs. B will be struggling to buy these delegates. You will see the kind of horse trading that goes on during primary election. People will be moving from one hotel to the other, you know, in a bid to be captured in order to vote for a particular candidate. Not on the basis of capacity and capability, character and credibility, but on the basis of how much he has brought. It got to a point where Naira had become very untenable, too light to be carried around. They resorted to US dollars. And every time we neared party primaries, the exchange rate of Naira drops because dollar would have been floating into the system. People will be changing dollars here and there after delegates. In fact, people commit blue murder to get into the list of delegates because they know that after the delegate election they will buy new cars and go back to shout blue murder themselves. If the law says, as we see it now, that the mode of electing candidates will be by direct primaries and consensus, it would have changed a lot of things. One, you wouldn't have to buy delegates alone. You will not have to talk to people. It will be more difficult to buy people who are going to queue up. We saw this in in fact, it was during the Buhari era that we saw this advent, talking about direct primaries, you know, and we saw it more in 2022, 23. It may not totally remove buying the votes of party members to elect their flag bearers, but it has become more difficult because if you would have had 300 delegates for senatorial election, now you may have 300,000 people. It is more difficult to bribe 300,000 people. How much money are you going to throw around? In gubernatorial primaries, if you had to deal with 500 delegates, now you may have to deal with 500,000 people or 400,000 people. And there are people who have become behemoths of themselves. They were statutory delegates, even though the 2022 Electoral Act actually sneaked out the statutory delegates without the politicians knowing. And they were crying when the time came. So those statutory delegates saw themselves as behemoths. The people that you must, the idols that you must worship for you to get tickets. And it was a veritable platform for corruption. Once it is close to time for primaries, you see politicians selling the properties, some of which they acquired in a corrupt manner, in order to find money to buy tickets, quote and unquote. So that may have changed, because you'll be forced to convince, you have to move from political, from one ward to the another ward, from local government to local government, depending on the level of election you are contesting. I mean, if you are contesting for councillorship, assuming local government election works, because as it is in Nigeria, there's no local government election does not work. It is an appendix of the governors. It's inside their pockets. Oh. If you are assuming it works, you are contesting for councillorship election, you have to deal with your ward alone. If you are going for local government election, you have to deal with the parties in your local government. So, if you are contesting for House of Rep, you have to do with two local government or 3 local government, as the case may be. If you are dealing with senatorial elections, maybe 6 local governments, 7 local government, depending on the state you are in. If you're dealing with governorship, maybe 70 local government, 20 local government, 21, 30, 40, 44, as the case may be. Presidential election. How can you bribe the whole party members? The way it is for the ruling party may not be the way it will go for the opposition party. The ruling party has a stronger power of coercion, not coercion really, coercion. As it is now, the president can bring down orders on the national leadership of the party, and they will cascade the orders down to the low structure of the party and probably coerce the people to vote one way or the other. For the opposition parties, it may be more difficult because nobody is holding any power. I mean, as it were. They don't have the president. They may have one governor or the other, or member of the parliament or the other. But they do have such powers for one man or one woman to coerce everybody to move one way or the other. So it's more of an open system now. Then on the other side, you are talking about consensus. Consensus is the agreement of the people to say we don't need to go into voting. Let us agree that Uche will go for us. On the House of Rep, Deborah will go for us. The danger in consensus is that whether the consensus is able to build consensus. That is to say, in bringing out a consensus candidate, whether you have got the buy-in of every key member of the party. Because consensus is a business of the so-called stakeholders. Not every member of the party will be involved in the consensus candidate. It is the key stakeholders that will be involved in saying, we have agreed that this person will go for us. Let everybody support the person. Perchance, somebody says, I do not agree. It introduces crisis in the system because he would have been shouting exclusion. So, capacity for parties to bring in inclusion in building consensus in getting a candidate will become a key player in ensuring party stability. Otherwise, the moment you agree on a particular consensus that inclusivity or inclusion has not been brought in, it will split the party and crisis will start. And people will begin to port from one party to the other. So that is danger that potents. Another danger is ascendancy of godfatherism. Because people will now say, oh, if consensus, this is what do people want. For example, if you go to Abia State where they have a governor, or even Enugu here, if you say if you want to use consensus for Senate, you could be sure that the sitting governor will control who becomes the consensus candidate. And like I said, that is ascendancy and consolidation of godfatherism. Again and sensitively, this is one section that is going to collide directly with the provisions of the laws of the political party. You would ordinarily argue that the Electoral Act will take precedence over the political party constitution. However, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria gives the political parties the powers to make their laws. And here is an Electoral Act that is inferior to the Constitution of the country, saying that the only way you can nominate candidates is through these two methods and nothing more. Chances are that some political parties, the moment a gazetted copy of this Amendment Act comes out, chances are that some political parties may go to court. The only problem is that, do we have enough time to allow the court to adjudicate and give an outcome before the election? But it might influence the overall outcome, because some people might go to court. Even when the candidate would have nominated, the court might turn around to say this part of the law is null and void. Besides, the judiciary itself, one arm of our electoral process is the judiciary, which has lately assumed a very big role in deciding who becomes our leaders against the expectations of the law. And to that extent, we have put on the searchlight on the judiciary, and Nigerians have gone away disappointed that judiciary, just like the legislature, has been captured by the executive. And this is part of the stumbling blocks in our march towards development and towards democratic attainment and towards overall emancipation of the society. So in summary, the 2026 Electoral Act, presumably, if what we assume is what is in there, is going to change the terrain, the turf for political parties in the way they nominate the candidates. And if that happens, it's going to change the colors of the political parties. One thing that you are sure to see is that more defections will follow immediately after, as this law has been passed now. As you and I speak, we hear that Adamawa State Governor is about to defect to APC. There's rumor that Abia State Governor is about to defect to APC. I say rumor.
Yeah.
The rumor is so thick out there. Maybe more political office holders are going to be cowed to defection due to the coming of the 2026 Electoral Act. So the way the political party politics is played has been changed by this law. That's the way it is.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc. But finally, just to get your opinion on this, just finally, away from all this, when one has an opportunity to interact with you, we want to extract all, but this is on a final note. We'll just have a few minutes to go. The director is already counting down, but I wouldn't let you go without getting your opinion on issue concerning former governor of Kaduna State, Nasser El-Rufai. And I ask, as Nasser El-Rufai confronts this ongoing ordeal, what message does he send about accountability, governance, and political resilience in Nigeria? Just in a nutshell. Just in a nutshell, though.
Okay, so my opinions are as follows, in summary, that those who go to the kitchen should not be afraid of the heat.
Those who go to the kitchen shouldn't be afraid of the heat.
If you want to put yourself out for political office, you should be ready to be accountable to the people, even the smallest person. In fact, I hold a philosophy that the law should be changed to the fact that we presume guilt on anybody that has served the guilt of embezzlement and mismanagement of office on everybody that has served the public, and let the burden of proof rest on the person to prove himself innocent. That way, if you're not ready to be transparent and accountable, you don't even go near. However, those who say the truth with bad faith are worse than liars. I repeat, if you say the truth in bad faith, you are worse than a liar. What is happening to El-Rufai in my own mind is persecution, not a demand for accountability. The question you ask yourself, if El-Rufai were made a minister, if he was made a minister of the Federal Republic, would ICPC, EFCC, and DSS would they be after him? The timing of any event is important to the outcome of that event. It does seem to me that Madam El-Rufai knows too much for the ruling party to let him be free as things unfold. You see all these stories about accountability in Kaduna State. Really, every leader should be accountable. But due process must be followed in getting people to be accountable. Afterthoughts are not good for our system. El-Rufai was governor more than 3 years. He was even party to making Obasani the governor. They fell out. And now, 3 years after, we are talking about prosecuting El-Rufai. El-Rufai is not a saint, and we do not find saints in the political turf. But the truth of the matter is that if you bring a roll call of the governors of his class, he may be one of the best. How many governors took their biological children to public schools? Tell me any governor, any other governor you know in Nigeria that took his or her biological child to go to school in a public primary school or secondary school in Nigeria. How many governors in their time conducted local government election and allowed people to freely vote to the extent that his party lost 7 local governments? El-Rufai told the North that if nothing drastic happened, that the North could go and sit down about catching up with the South in terms of education and development. And he set primary 4 exam for teachers of primary school, and teachers could not pass the exam because the education the North was offering to the Talakawa Northerners was not education. He wanted a change. I am not here to sing his own lullaby. I am consoled by the fact that it will take a principality to confront a principality. I don't pity El-Rufai. As for pity, I don't pity him. He's a principality of his own. He has said it even by himself that he was principally party to bring in Bola Tinubu on Nigerians. Though he said he was sorry. But I'm sure that if less a person has criticized the president the way he has, the person would have been forgotten in the gulag by now. But it takes somebody in his own position to open his mouth and say, oh, X did not win the election. It was Y that won the election. He said Peter Obi won the election. Even though they found their way to making Bola Tinubu the president. Not my word, his word. He has, you see, part of the thing that is happening is distraction now. The El-Rufai issue will distract the opposition parties from the Electoral Act. They will trying to persecute him will distract the people from the real issues he has raised. He said the National Security Advisor, Office of National Security Advisor imported thallium sulfate, a rat killer, into Nigeria. It's a rodenticide. What is the NAS doing, National Security Advisor doing with rodenticide? Are they killing rats and rodents? Nobody is discussing it. He says the National Security Advisor wants to be president and he's doing everything possible to suppress the opposition. Nobody wants to discuss it. He says the National Security Advisor in a call has told the people to make sure that he was arrested. That call was intercepted. Now everybody is running to say, oh, he intercepted the call of National Security Advisor. Nobody is now paying attention to what it is that National Security Advisor says. In law, whether you're a lawyer or not, if you have an evidence, irrespective of how you obtain the evidence has weight of evidence in law. If I tell somebody clandestinely to go and kill Uche, and maybe somebody bugged my phone when I was telling Uche and got a transcript, I am liable for attempted murder. Irrespective of the fact that the crime of bugging my phone is a totally different thing. And now we're no longer discussing that rule in saying ICPC go and arrest this man, make sure he's detained. And the role of a governor, his governor, who is implicating, coming into the fray. And the DSS is now filing charge against El-Rufai in the court. ICPC is waiting to arrest him after at EFCC. Like I said, he has the capacity to deal with all these things. My worry is that they are wasting Nigerians' time.
They are wasting Nigerians' time.
They are wasting our time because they cannot convict him on the issue of intercepting calls. I listened to that interview very well. And I know, I don't need to be a lawyer to know that in criminal matters, you need to prove things beyond reasonable doubt. And material evidences are required. You have to show that the telephone line was bugged. You have to show the electronic device, the make and model of the electronic device. I have been in courts long enough to know that if you want to prove crime using electronic system, you have to prove the type of, if it is laptop used, what type of laptop, the model of laptop, the time that the hacking took place, and where it took place, and who actually did it. And I saw the charge saying El-Rufai and others. There's nothing like others in law who are at large without material names. So I do think that public offices, with due respect to the offices, I'm not a solicitor for El-Rufai, but I'm worried that whoever does not support the current leadership gets persecuted and hounded to a stop. El-Rufai has the capacity to deal with his problem, but we cannot live in a country in 2026 where the powers that be try to suppress every dissenting opinion that doesn't go its way, whereas those that are singing on your mandate, even when their cases are so clear, are now blessed and canonized. And this is a country that we want to bequeath our children. So, like I said, I don't pity El-Rufai. The reason is that I'm sure he has the capacity to deal with his co-travelers. But as to what it is, it's a clear political persecution. Let me advise my brothers and sisters who are in public systems to know that what goes around comes around. If you are a security agent, probably because I have probably spoken to power in Aneke TV, you think you can come after me. Some of us have made up our mind to die even before death. So, but what you should know is that the cup with which you dish to another person might become the cup from which you will drink tomorrow. Let us struggle to stop personality worship and begin to deal with issues and propose things that will engender good society, so that generations that will come will know that their forefathers tried to build a better society for them to live in, so that we'll stop all this tendency for Nigerians to migrate to even countries that are very uncomfortable for them to live in.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Chigozie Anado, a development scientist and public affairs analyst. And also thank you, viewer, for staying with us here on Sunrise. Please don't forget to reach us on our social media platforms, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. I am Deborah Mwakuba.
All right, Dr. Darado, thank you very much for those in-depth analysis. We are grateful for your time.
Yeah, Uche and Deborah and our viewers, the pleasure is mine to be here.
All right.
Yes, whatever Nigeria throws at us, let us be courageous to withstand the pressure and do the right thing.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us here at Sunrise at Aneke TV, we say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ohaneze Ndibo worldwide heartily congratulate two illustrious sons and a daughter of Ali Igbo, namely Collins Obinna-Chibueze, Shabuzi, Tyler Gregory Okoma, Tyler the Creator, and Cynthia Chinyasa Onyedimonazo Ukebu Erivo on their historic victories at the 68th Grammy Awards held on 2nd February 2026. Their remarkable achievements across diverse creative fields stand as a powerful testament to the creativity, resilience, excellence, and global relevance of Igbo talent. By proudly carrying their Igbo identities and names onto the world's most prestigious cultural stage, they have brought immense honor to Nigeria and to Nigerians everywhere. Speaking on behalf of the global Igbo nation, the President General of Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, stated, "These outstanding achievements reaffirm the timeless Igbo virtues of brilliance, hard work, innovation, courage, and perseverance. Our sons and daughters have once again demonstrated that wherever Ndi Igbo find themselves, excellence follows, and they hoist the flag of Nigeria. We celebrate these winners not only for their personal success, but for elevating the Igbo name as Nigerian citizens with dignity and pride before the world." Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide thanks these award winners for being the worthy ambassadors of Igbo values and for inspiring millions of young people across the globe. Their journey sends a clear message to Igbo youth everywhere. Remain focused, law-abiding, resilient, and committed to excellence, knowing that integrity and perseverance can open doors on any global stage. As a people known for turning adversity into opportunity, Ndi Igbo remain proud contributors to national and global progress. Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide urges the government, institutions, and stakeholders to continue investing in structures that nurture talent, creativity, and enterprise so that future successes may flourish both at home and abroad. Once again, we celebrate these historic victories and salute all Igbo youths who continue to project the values of Ali Igbo with honor and distinction. Signed, Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary, Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional survival, and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, topical headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. Today is no exception as we take a look at Southeast Nigeria, a region that remains a vital heartbeat of the nation's commerce and industry, yet currently sits at a complex crossroads. From the bustling markets of Aba and Onitsha to the growing concerns over security, sit-at-home orders, and the call for economic revitalization, the stakes have never been higher. Joining us to navigate challenges and the deniable potential of Igbo land is Onyedika Abo, Public Affairs Analyst. Mr. Onyedika Abo, it's a pleasure to have you on the Insight.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's come home. Looking at Southeast, historically, it's been a region that knows for its innovative nature and position in Nigeria. When you take into account historically, there's been credible levels of advancement. If we look at Southeast from the times of the likes of M.I. Okpara and co., what is the assessment of Southeast today?
The truth is that the Southeast has become a shadow of itself. If you want to analyze the state of the region without mincing words, you will be fair to acknowledge that we have become an opposite of what we used to be and what we are known for. However, you can't just do such analysis in a portrait of hopelessness, because you can see how individuals on their own are thriving. You can also acknowledge the effort of governments in certain percentage and area. But if you look at the progression, if you look at, assuming this is a private business, any person who has invested much of the potential level we have in the Southeast, if you invest it in terms of resources and effort in a private business, and you're getting the outcome we're getting in Southeast, of course you know that that business is not doing well. But what we are left with is an opportunity of options. It's either we continue to live in sentiment, crying foul, or we take the bull by the horn. So my summary of the analysis is that the Southeast is a region that has, like you said, a huge deposit of both human and natural resources, but it's not being put into use. But we have an opportunity to decide whether we want to remain like this, whether we want to be defined or live by the definition of others, or we want to define ourselves, and it's entirely in our hands.
It's entirely in our hands. Okay. Now that it says entirely in our hands, I am forced to ask the question, because we've looked at Southeast as a very thriving region in Nigeria, and a number of times I know that the Southeasterners, especially the Igbos, they cry about marginalization. Far beyond that, I want to ask, where did we miss the road?
Okay, I think it is in the inability of the leaders. When you make references to Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe and M.I. Okpara and the likes of them, is the inability to build and raise a sustainable system. First, in building a system that it looks beyond individual. If you are success in your business, like we know most of our people do, enterprising, this person and Sons Limited. If your business has, for instance, a Courier and Sons Limited, and you don't have sons that will sustain it in the event of eventuality, that Sons Limited will eventually go into a state the moment you drop dead. So we had people who actually, unfortunately, a lot of people will say, from the time they led till now, we are still celebrating some of them as the best governor of the old region and all that. Is the inability of building a system and raising successors. Because no matter how good you are in whatever you're doing, if you cannot replicate it in human form, people who can do either very close to 80-90% of what you can do in your lifetime, or for instance, if it's an office where you will stay and either retire or get to a point where your tenure expires and somebody takes over, you're not seeing people who can do very closely. It might not be totally exactly 100%, very closely to what you're doing, then of course you know that there will be failure, which is what we are seeing in the governance and political corridor of our region, not just individual states, that we see governors who in their term seemingly will be doing exceptionally well, or people will be praising them. In fact, as a matter of fact, it's not only the praise singers who fit from the government. There are objective analysts who will look at most of our leaders and say, oh, I think he's doing well in this time, he's doing well in this time. Most of the roads built by the past administration in the 5 states have all started getting very strong potholes and washing away. So what happens to the idea of looking beyond today? We know that there are some of the things that the then Jim Nwobodo did in the older number that is still monumental today. And we can't find infrastructures that are actually people oriented in the successive administration, especially from 1999 till now, that can be compared to such edifice. So it is the lack of the ability to institute a system that is sustainable, that would outlive them, and also because they couldn't raise successors, they did not breed their species in human form. So that is why when they died, some of the people that found their ways into power saw it as an opportunity to amass wealth and self-gain. And it has no, of course, if you have even if it is a business like this studio now, if it starts generating income and they don't find a way to make sure that this income have a very huge percentage that is plugged back into it for sustainability, it's a matter of time it will die off.
A matter of time it will die off indeed. But you spoke to that lack of sustainable system that would ensure successors. But I ask, do we just lay this blame at the doorsteps of these leaders, or does it have something to do with the masses as well, who have refused to toe the line of these leaders? You know, you cited an example, given the potholes that were, I mean the roads that were, you know, constructed in the 5 southeastern states, as at this moment are bedeviled with potholes. And I ask, is it not just the people, the lack of will to be like these men that you mentioned, or do we just lay the blame at their table?
No, I think you're perfectly right. It's something most of the times when I do analysis of leadership and the state of whether the country, region or state, I used to share the blames, those for the leaders and those for the masses. And you know, the leaders are not different from the people they led. They all emerge. As at last say 12 years, the current governor of Enugu State was not known in any way around the corners of the state. Yeah, he was there with Chimaroke, but he disappeared, and then there's nothing. He is not doing anything in terms of holding any position. Even in fact, when I met him before the election, and he spoke so well, I was dazzled at his presentation. And I said, okay, I wasn't sure whether I was going to support you or not, but because of the things you've said, you've convinced me. Then I asked him a very important question. I said, how come you were in Chimaroke's administration as commissioner in 2 different ministries, plus the other state position you held? You went into business, became very successful, but there's no way we can find anything to link to you, like Pitamba Foundation, or you're doing this for including the people of your own community. So, but what is important for me, there is not about his maybe inability to have done that, is because he was not in the corridor or the terrain of leadership. He was a citizen, maybe he might not say just or maybe a common citizen. He was a citizen, or an indigenous of Enugu State, living between Lagos and somewhere in the north, doing businesses, going outside the country and coming in. So if Peter Mba, for whatever he's doing today, depending on analysis and who is analyzing, if he was a good member of the masses, if he was exceptional, today he has the opportunity. Of course, you will see that his leadership beyond the political assessment and the endorsement will totally, if not 100%, at least over 90, x-ray the heart of a leader who leads because of the people, not just for a certain class or himself. Now, in addition, we have people in 2023 that were those that were nobodies, those that had no hope of winning an election. One of them in this our state printed his poster close to the election when he started seeing that the movement of Peter Obi was becoming so hard. I know one. In fact, one of the people that won under that election, I brought the person into politics myself in 2019, gave her a ticket to run and all that. So even myself, I know I've always looked forward, believed in an army of people, especially young people, that will one day take the country all by themselves, especially at the ballots, saying that we can no longer continue to do this. But we had a National Assembly gladiators in Enugu, people who were fierce in politics. We had them, they were tired, being won by people who had no political history. We had the people come out, voted, those they didn't know, all because they wait for Peter Obi. And Uche, the question is, when these people all got into power, can we really assess what they've done from the time they were sworn in or inaugurated in the legislative chambers and various other offices till now, and say, wow, they're actually either living like then leaders, or they are exhibiting concern for the people. So the leaders are never different. That's why when people say people get the type of leaders they deserve, it's not like I hear people cry foul here, or our leaders are this or that. And most of the people that are crying this foul, give them an opportunity to be just a supervisor in a private firm and see what they will exhibit. So I agree that we do not blame them, but if you asked where we got it wrong, where we missed it, it was because there's no sustainable system that can tool up only leaders that have had track record of events in the past. Because I just need to know what you've been doing for the past 10 years, and I can tell you what you will do for the next 2 or 3 years. So the people don't just change, and when people say, oh, it's power that changed this person, it's a lie. People are leaders are just product of the society where they belong to. And if you until whenever maybe we start seeing citizens, individuals, policemen, civil servants who are living exceptional lives irrespective of how bad the system is, we'll continue to get leaders that will play gimmicks with our common resources and leave one turn for another person to still come in, and they continue like that. So all we got it wrong was this sustainable system. But it is not to blame these leaders alone, because some of them actually didn't even bother raising, like how do they put it, in this playing the role of godfatherism. Some of them didn't even bother that. They believe that the system, whosoever comes, will do his own and go. So, but I still have a portion of the blame for them, because maybe they didn't foresee that if they were not very intentional about sustainability, that it will get to a time where it will be over.
You know, I was going to ask the morality question,
okay,
but you trot up something that made me wonder. The system, the Nigerian system, that allows for the wealthy to control the narrative, determine who is able to afford party primaries, party cards, in terms of aspiration for positions. That system, is he exempt from this blame as well?
You know, systems don't exist in vacuum. When there's a system in the private sector, it is individuals that run it. Everywhere in the world, it is the rich that control the narrative. Is it that they do it for good intentions, or they do it for their own selfish will? We have a situation which is very sad, the one where people seem not to have the conscious or maybe conscience to think beyond today. Majority of our problem, and why this system, well, the one we call the Nigerian system, why it does not have a futuristic outlook, is that the people do not see beyond today. Each of the system that is sustained is being run by individuals who were actually products of those systems. Typical example, we had 17 local government chairmen in Enugu here. And there's a particular chairman that I've always had conversation with people of my constituencies, not geographically, but people who are maybe consider them civil society allies. And we're always looking at this, a particular chairman as being exceptional, even before they got into office, just because they were all on the ballot. And there's this particular friend that will always say no, he wouldn't have been chosen if he is not part of the system. So this system has a way of handpicking the people that aligns with every tenet of its running. That, oh, don't bring Gucci outside here. He won't do it. He will come here. In fact, they call it causing problem. He will come here and start causing problem. What does causing problem mean? He will not align with the directives, with how the system will be running. He will not be a conformist. So when we look at system, I look at it from the angle of returning back to this man system. Which, did you know there was a program where I said there should be a national day of mourning for Ndibo, especially for Enugu State, because we didn't have the type of political breakthrough we had in Enugu. There's no other place nationwide in the southeast where out of the 8 National Assembly we had, 7 of them were thrown off. And these 7 are not just ordinary politicians. They are not even middle class rated politicians. There's a particular one that I had an engagement with before the election, and he was telling me that I should stop all this my daydreaming that one day Nigeria will just turn and become like America. That it is time I align with people like him, and when he gets into office, because we've not really been in talking times. So one of my brothers convinced me, because I was leading a group then, that we should allow him to engage with us. After all, he's going to win. We know how this system is going to win. So I said, okay, we'll allow him. He was a national legislator then. So he said he appreciates in fact, he was cajoling me. He was making mockery of my effort. I said, so the best thing is that we should just support him, that he's promising me that if he gets into National Assembly this time, I think it should be his fourth or so, that he will have a dedicated funding for me and my dreams and research and what have you. I said, well, as a human being, I said, okay, if that's what is going to happen, because of this engagement, I think I can align. But I told them how I was going to vote, who my presidential candidate will be, National Assembly, Senate and House of Reps and what have you. And their party was only going to get just one of those votes. I was surprised. We're still, I think I had the TV interview that day. We're still at the station, this situation room. When people started giving me text messages, Como, this guy that is this boastful is not even second. He's taking third position. Unbelievable. So what it means for me personally is that we did a test running of a system where the people came out in mass. The people voted and protected their votes, because there's nothing else that would have made people like that to lose the election. If it was like something like second, they saw it. They were running around. Some of them were making calls and say, "Where are you people? What's happening?" See, they're losing this thing, no? You're losing at the polling booth A, B, C, D, and E, and in different centers. So when do you control it? Even the people that they planned for some of the electoral manipulation, they couldn't do that because you saw that the people were there. Now, if we go back to the system that we are discussing, how come the system could not prevent such a breakthrough? When we had that result, one of the immediate interview I had after that, I said, this is a celebration that will last for a lifetime. But I'm worried because these people might not be different from those they have thrown out of office. And eventually that's what happened. All those that said, we don't like APC,
because we don't like APC, we are going to vote Labour Party, Peter Obi's Labour Party to have new breed. All those new breed return to the APC that they voted against. So it's like you were voting for APC, not knowing you were voting for APC. So you don't like APC, so you're voting this person for Labour Party. He won, took your mandate, and returned to the same APC that you didn't like. So if you look at the system, you should also know that it is the people that run it. And until we get to that point where you can spot individuals, they don't even need to be leaders today. You can spot individuals when you go to civil service to do things. Somebody that will finish and hand over the file, and you're expecting that like others, you should be telling you, find me something, and they'll be saying, okay, that will be it. You can take your leave. And even to a point where you want to appreciate, sometimes they will say, no, you don't need to. I've seen situations like that. So until we get to that point where a policeman will see someone who is like a pregnant woman carrying loads and say, madam, do you need help? We don't see that on the roads of our streets. It's a long journey. I don't know how long it is.
All right. While you were speaking, you dropped up two issues that is making me now veer off the script. And these issues, let me take the number one, so I will just digest it immediately. And that's to ask, given this level of passion that you spoke to, that enthroned change in the previous election, is it possible for same water to pass under the bridge a second time, given the level of apathy that we see in Southeast?
Which is beyond apathy. A lot of other things that will not allow that.
Such as?
The campaign period, we will see noise. We will see people actually coming up and gathering under the new ADC. But number one factor is that those who are holding sway now will not be easy to kick out of the field.
They won't be easy to kick out of the field.
Yeah, from the presidency to at least some of the governors I know. Unfortunately, they are not so worried about elections. It's also sometimes one of the biggest problem we have is we don't know what the problem is. And I hear a lot of people saying, it's okay, I've been part of the campaign, get your PVC. But there are things that we should consider beyond getting your PVC, beyond voting. Okay, we had this success in Enugu, but there are places where such success we now recorded. There are places where people went to tribunal, from tribunal to court, even to Supreme Court. What happened on the day of election at the polling booths, at the polling units? If we are going to, of course, I know the factor number one is that the people who are holding sway are not easy to, you can't take the baton from them very easily. That doesn't mean it can't happen at all, but it's not something that will happen very easily. Secondly is that the masses have not learned anything. Why did we make the mistake of voting people that we voted in 2023 and eventually none of them, not even one, is holding on to the ideology that brought him to power? Because assuming we have one, for instance, that who is saying, well, I'm not going to back down, even if every other person has decamped. The people gave me the mandate. Even if they don't want me again, I'll go home. It's because it's beyond the leading class, it's beyond the ruling class. It's because it's beyond system thing. It's because it now lives in our veins and bone marrows. Now, if we because I've got the invite here and there about the new coalition movement. The first thing I looked at, who are the people leading this movement? And if they are not people that I can say, okay, because this question of throwing out your vote, why I was on the ballot in 2019, that's why I was able to give somebody else a ticket. And a lot of people that I actually helped in human rights cases say to me, you are a good person, but how many votes can you score? You will not win. In fact, one of them that I fought very fiercely for said that the person who I am contesting, okay, I think we had 4 major opponents then, or 4 major contestants. There were other people, but 4 of us were major. He said that one of them, what is offering him now, is better he grab it now, and then maybe, because they were very sure we're not going to vote. I told them then that I voted in previous elections where I know that this person is coming from a very unpopular party, does not even have campaign structure, but he's selling what I believe in, and I'm casting my vote for him to go. In fact, there was an election where I was the only person that voted for a particular party in the whole of the community. And when the conversation was immediately after the election, I said, but this, you just threw this vote away. I said, well, that's what you consider it to be. For me, I voted my conscience. So it gets to a point where, if even in this formation now, I'm actually sincerely looking at people who are leading, even the people who are being proposed to be on the ballot, and I'm saying, can I really stake it? Because our people don't know that some of this unpopular opinion might actually be what will save us today. We know that the situation in the country now is very sorry. I don't know how people consider it to be, but every one of us should be saying, how can we get a way out? But unfortunately, we are all looking for a Messiah. Don't know whether he will come down from heaven, who will come and fling a magic wand and everything will be good. We're not looking at it from the angle of, I believe in this person. He's just one. Not so many people are seeing what I'm seeing in him, but I believe in him and I'm going to follow him. Or what people are interested in, where will the noise be more? Who is likely to win? This person must win. I've been in conversation where people tell me, if Tinubu did not lose as just a candidate, not a president, is it now that he's a president that he will lose? So that analysis is not based on performance, it's not based on credibility, it's not based on competence of being a master strategist. It's based on the system we run here now. We know that this man will definitely win this election. So when we look at it from the angle of replicating what happened in 2023, not just like when I did that Anambra State analysis. You can take it to the bank. There will be movements like 2023. The people will be in social media saying we no go agree. But first, that it won't be easy to take it from them. Secondly, those who are supposed to take it from them are not prepared enough. They are not well informed on what they ought to do, because something that is difficult does not mean that it's impossible.
All right. You've spoken quite eloquently about that, but looking at this issue from the perspective of the electoral amendment given to the transmission of results in real time, speaking to that section 60 of that electoral act, subsection 3, if by the time both chambers harmonize their position and we're able to get the transmission of results in real time, do you see it possible for us to be able to replicate, at least to the scale of 50 over 100, what Nigerians yearned for in 2023, especially in Southeast?
If you ask me, you see, this whole noise about electoral reform, well, unfortunately, a lot of people might not think well with them. It sounds lazy man's argument for me. For instance, there's been a time when we didn't even have all these gadgets in this country and people won election. They actually won. There's been a time somebody won an election and was shortchanged, and he went to court and claimed it by providing evidence. Now, transmitting results in real time is excellent if we can get that. Using beavers, using accreditation online and what have you, they are all good. But unless we get to the point where we know what is expected of each and every one of us on the day of election, which is number one, you must dedicate that day for your future. If you miss it out, there's no reason to go to the polling centers and be in a hurry to go home. There's no reason to look at the length of time we have from now to the election. I mean, people are not yet informed on what they ought to do, and those who know are not willing to do it. Assuming we don't even have any transmission process through electronic gadgets, that the people who are trained to be party agents, to be election observers, not accredited from outside accredited from outside the country, for people who know that if you come to Enugu North, for instance, that the axis of Obiago and Owani and Oguino layouts are starting from today to gather up in tens, 20s and in hundreds to say on the day of election, those that will be at the WTC, this is what to do, this is what to expect. Now, those results that were expected to be transmitted online in real time, let me give you a typical scenario. In an area where a certain party is very strong, to the point where they can buy over the agents and try to do some manipulation, the more you look, the less you see. The people will be voting, but they already have an arrangement that, because some of these party agents, it depends on a hungry person, you offer 200,000 naira, will say, I'm not sure I've even seen 50 that is complete. Will allow you. Most of the results that were uploaded in the last election were even falsified results. So when you falsify, you succeed in manipulating people who are working at the center, and they all agree, and you are uploading a result that does not represent the actual voting. They will be uploaded the IVR, and people will be seeing it and saying, okay, so this party is winning at so place. This is what I propose. And that is why I'm not so quick. I see the people who went to the National Assembly to protest and all that, they are all good. Them expressing their civic rights. But what I propose is, if we are really serious about salvaging this country, it should go beyond talk. It should go beyond the expression of anger. It should go beyond noise. Because there were some of the things I predicted in that 2022 election, because I saw the noise. I was impressed about the turnout of young people. But I said, most of you don't even know what should happen on the day of election. And because I was not really part of the movement, because I wasn't, all of them were telling me, not even tell us, as long as you know all these things and you're not coming to become part of what we are doing. I said, I can't be. So one of the reasons is that you say you have a leaderless movement. I don't know how a person, you cut off the head of an individual, and because he's strong, so he will now be fighting and he will be able to defeat those with their head, even if the person is weak. He's weak, doesn't have strength, but he has his head on, he has his eye, nose and senses, and he's fighting against a giant whose head has been cut off. I don't know how that will happen. And it's also part of the reasons why most of those mistakes were made, including voting for people we don't know. So the electoral reform and all the noise about it is good. It's the conversation we're going to have, but these leaders will become, they will sit up and standing on their toes if they know that they can't take these people for a ride any longer.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe this issue. Stay with us.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Many thanks for staying with us. And in case you just joined us, we've been speaking to Onyedika Abo, Public Affairs Analyst on the state of the Southeast Nigeria. Mr. Eka, you were speaking so passionately about the whole civic responsibility, the neglect of our people to their civic responsibility against the passion with which we executed the 2023 election. But moving away from that, I was going to ask you, we are talking about where we missed the mark and all that. And I was going to ask you the morality question. The Igbo land, or the Igbos, who are the dominant ethnic group in Southeast Nigeria, used to be known for their moral uprightness, their moral standing in the society, such that an Igbo man hardly, you see, would want to soil his hands or get into questionable situation. And I want to ask, what we're witnessing today, is he a factor into the situation that we are in Southeast Nigeria, especially when we view it with regards to development of the region?
Definitely is the decadence cannot be, you can't separate it from where we are now. The product of a good, we call it good moral, convention of the people is what you see as the outcome of how their either country, region or state is developed in terms of physical and then maybe the morality aspect, like you said. We know that there were times in this Alibo where people were afraid of Ani to do certain things. Person will say, Biko Kani Ari Kubum. People were afraid. Even some of the things that might not have effects as they were projected or portrayed then, people were scared. You don't become Ozo if you don't know that you will not dare associate yourself with anything lie. You would rather die. You don't take what does not belong to you. You don't, but successively, people started daring some of these things and saying, are you sure you will really die? Why not do it? And they did it. Even if the things that will kill them, it will not kill them on the spot. Maybe the person will have a few more months or a couple of years and they'll be like, I'm DK, I did this thing and nothing happened. They started throwing up those affluence, wealth, whether ill-gotten or what have you. They started enforcing people to worship materialism, which also became sort of systematic in politics and governance, where people one day I was at, we had the conference in Abuja, and one of our facilitators said that, I can't remember the assembly, maybe 7th or 6th assembly, something, Senate. He said one of the retired deputy IG that also ran for Senate and won came on the day of their inauguration and saw most of the people he was investigating their criminal involvement as elected senators. And the man cried out and said that the country is doomed. People, you know, the case files you left before your retirement, and you decided to go into politics maybe out of your experience. You now saw criminals upon criminals whose files have not even been treated, winning from certain regions. And it might shock you to know when the larger percentage of those criminals that emerged as senators, the region where they came from. So if we have system where people no longer care, as in people walk into your workplace, you're more interested in what is this person putting on or what car did he park. People practically worship wealth. Even some of the social influencers we have in the southeast now, they're not interested in what this person is. Nobody's even asking the question, what is the source of your wealth? So and you can't have a different development in a region where people have been sold out to worshiping affluence and money, and then all of a sudden you now have a working system where people are doing which right thing. Nobody gets punished. In fact, they found ways to make sure that they truncate some of even the deities and the cultural systems that were keeping people in check. A lot of them had to travel very far. They were giving things that would blind their own deity and say, once you do this, he will still be very active, but he will just be seeing this, he won't be seeing beyond. And they were ready. They want to do all those things to make sure that they continue to be relevant. Because if you're not rich, if you're not, if you don't have power, political and otherwise, nobody will listen to you, no matter how good you sound, no matter how wise you are. So it gets to the point where we are now seeing the results. So some of the things that are happening today were seeds that were planted more than 20 years ago. And when those things were going on, like somebody was saying, imagine M.I. Okpara and Nnamdi Azikiwe, Jim is still here. And some of these people, if they come around now and see what is happening, that he is sure that a lot of them will say, no, this is not the region we left, because of course we have nothing that replicates or looks like a resemblance of what this region used to be. So it is also the high level of decadence in conscience. It's also the high level of decay that people don't, because a lot of young people that are growing up now don't even know what's the difference between chasing money the right way and just getting it. I've had situations where parents are asking their children this thing that the other children of these other parents are pressing in their phone. You don't know how to press your own. You know, like, are we going to continue like this in this family? Papa Okichuku, his elder son just bought a car, and we hear that it is this phone they are pressing. This is the one they call Yahoo Yahoo. Your own phone you have, doesn't it do Yahoo Yahoo? A parent is telling his child. So it is a very long, like I said, a very long journey. I don't even know how long it is.
All right. You know, for want of time, I would want us to have gone deeper into this issue, but knowing your pedigree and the efforts you put into the Southeast Development Commission, I wouldn't let you be without us going a little into that before our time is up, especially being that we're seeing that the federal government has launched a 25-year Southeast Vision 2050. And I ask, how will this help to resurrect the thriving industries that we have in Southeast, given to what Aba was known for, what Onitsha stood for, Enugu for its academic standing? This Vision 2050 and everything people do with the Southeast Development Commission, is it going to resurrect those phenomena?
Okay.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, You don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Moving over to the headlines. Tinubu, German Chancellor, merged strike deal to boost Nigeria's infrastructure and security. Anambra police arrest man over conspiracy, kidnapping and murder in Oka North. And now to the details of the news. President Bola Tinubu and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz have agreed to fast-track Nigeria's infrastructure and security reforms. In a strategic phone call on Wednesday, both leaders prioritized reviving the Presidential Power Initiative aimed at addressing chronic electricity transmission bottlenecks. Chancellor Merz confirmed that Siemens will provide technical support while Deutsche Bank stands ready to finance the project. The plan also includes modernizing Nigeria's national railway network. The discussion extended to security concerns in the Sahel region. President Tinubu requested German military and intelligence support specifically for reconnaissance operations in the volatile corridor. Chancellor Merz offered stronger diplomatic engagement and emphasized Germany's commitment to the bilateral relationship that has lasted 65 years. Both leaders also highlighted cultural cooperation. A proposed Great Museum of African Art will serve as a platform for skill development and creative industry collaboration between the two countries. The initiative is designed to create a sustainable framework leading education, arts and technical skills. The agreement comes amid the Tinubu administration's drive for international partnership to boost domestic reforms. Energy, transportation and security sectors are set to benefit from both financial and technical support, signaling a multi-sectoral approach to long-term national development. The Nigerian Army has launched a nationwide verification exercise for its 2025-2026 educational sponsorship program. The initiative targets children of personnel who died in active service, covering primary, secondary and tertiary education. The program ensures that the families of fallen soldiers receive consistent welfare support, safeguarding the academic futures of their children. Screening will rotate through all 6 geopolitical zones from February to March 2026. It begins in Port Harcourt on February 23rd for the South-South zone and will move through Enugu, Ibadan, Bauchi, Kaduna, ending in Abuja on March 27th. Families must provide death certificates, admission letters and proof of studentship to confirm eligibility. The Army aims to make the process accessible and reduce bureaucratic hurdles for grieving families. By bringing the verification directly to regional military commands, the program ensures no eligible child is left behind due to administrative challenges. A dedicated helpline will also be established for inquiries. The exercise reflects a broader effort for the Nigeria or by the Nigerian Army to strengthen welfare systems for personnel's families, enhancing transparency and accountability in the management of educational support. Governor Monday Okpebholo has strengthened Edo State's partnership with the Nigerian Army to tackle kidnapping in forested areas. In a Wednesday meeting at Government House with senior military officials, the governor commended soldiers of the 4th Brigade for sustained operations to restore security, which have led to over 80 arrests of suspected kidnappers. The strategy includes deploying forward operating bases in high-risk regions to maintain long-term safety. Governor Okpebholo emphasized that security measures will extend beyond arrest to create sustained community protection. Infrastructure support for military installations was also discussed. The Nigerian Army School of Supply and Transport in Ishoho faces severe flooding, and the governor assured intervention once the rainy season is ended. The administration and military pledged to continue collaborative efforts in public safety, youth engagement, and vocational training. The partnership reflects Edo State's commitment to combining tactical operations with community-focused development for lasting peace. The Adamawa State House of Assembly has confirmed administrators for 45 development areas, enhancing localized governance across the state. Speaker Batia Wesley presided over the approvals on Wednesday with appointments spanning from Michika and Mubito, Yola and Ganya, ensuring even remote communities receive dedicated oversight. Appointed administrators include Malena Manasseh for Borong, Stratus Samaila for Michika North, and Abdulaziz Baba for Gurin. The move brings decision-making closer to communities, allowing for improved delivery of public services. The development areas are designed to operate similarly to local government councils, managing infrastructure, security, and welfare programs at the grassroots. The decentralization ensures that state resources are efficiently allocated to meet local needs. Governor Amadou Fitiri's administration says the measure aligns with its broader development agenda. From northern Madagali to western Yola, the government aims to strengthen representation and service delivery through the strategically placed units. Governor Diko Rada has unveiled a 15-year urban development master plan for Katsina, Daura and Funtual. The initiative addresses rapid population growth projected to rise from 12 million in 2026 to over 21 million by 2040. The plan includes structured land use, housing and transportation strategies to prevent informal settlements. To enforce the plan, an executive order, Urban Planning Areas Order, was signed, granting authorities powers to manage development zones and attract investment. The policy emphasizes sustainable urban growth while curbing unregulated construction. Governor Rada highlighted that the plan ensures future generations inherit orderly, resilient communities. The roadmap is expected to guide housing, road networks, and utility provision across the 3 major hubs. Implementation will include monitoring land allocation, zoning compliance, and infrastructure delivery. Stakeholders anticipate that this master plan will enhance economic activity, public safety, and environmental sustainability in the urban centers. Governor Obasani has launched a statewide energy reform project in Kaduna, distributing 600 transformers and 10,000 solar power streetlights across 23 local government areas. The initiative aims to restore electricity supply, replace vandalized infrastructure, and improve public safety. Governor Sani described lighting as the lifeblood of modern society, linking reliable illumination to reduce crime and safer community movement. He emphasized that the project targets neighborhoods with collapsed grids and underserved communities. The solar street lights are expected to enhance commercial activity, allowing traders to extend operating hours. The transformers will rehabilitate weakened distribution networks, ensuring stable electricity for households and businesses. Development partners and local stakeholders have endorsed the initiative. The governor pledged transparent distribution based on priority needs, positioning the state for a sustainable, secure, and economically active energy environment. Governor Basi Otu has launched a digital traceability program for cocoa, coffee, and oil palm in Cross River State. The system maps the farm-to-market journey, certifying products as sustainably produced and compliant with the European Union Deforestation Regulation (EUDR). This initiative protects multi-billion naira export markets by assuring global buyers of ethical and environmentally responsible production. The program also strengthens competitiveness for farmers in high-value international markets. It forms part of a 7-year strategy to modernize the tree crop sector. Digital monitoring ensures transparency, curbing deforestation-linked production and building investor confidence in cross-river commodities. State officials said the program will safeguard farmer livelihoods, increase exports and maintain access to critical international supply chains. Experts hailed it as a historic first in Nigeria for comprehensive agricultural traceability. The Delta State Police Command has launched a crackdown on traffic violations with newly operational mobile courts ready to deliver on-the-spot judgments. Police operations are now active in Asaba, Warri, Efuru and Sapele, targeting reckless driving, driving against traffic and unauthorized use of sirens or revolving lights. State Police spokesperson SP Bright Edafe warned of zero tolerance for traffic impunity, emphasizing immediate prosecution for offenders. The initiative aims to restore road order and reduce accidents on congested urban routes. Authorities clarified that law-abiding drivers are not at risk while violators face swift legal action. Mobile courts empower police to resolve cases efficiently without prolonged delays. The enforcement is part of a broader effort to improve road safety, reduce fatalities, and enhance public compliance with traffic regulations across Delta State. Residents from 5 Cross River local government areas, Ikom, Etung, Boking, Oban, Liku, and Obudu stated protest over the poor state of the Ikom-Obudu Federal Highway, which has remained in disrepair for over 40 years. Protesters described the road as a death trap, citing a recent incident where a pregnant woman died due to its condition. Demonstrators blocked the route, demanding urgent federal intervention within 1 week. They threatened a total shutdown and boycott of the 2027 general election if contractors are not mobilized immediately. The highway is a critical economic link connecting local trade hubs to the Obudu Mountain Resort, and its dilapidated state has disrupted agricultural and commercial transport. Lawmakers, including Victor Abang, representing Boki Ikom, appealed for calm, confirming that the 115-kilometer highway has been included in the 2026 federal budget. Communities remain skeptical and are pushing for swift commencement of construction. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Tinubu and German. Chancellor Merz have agreed to strengthen Nigeria's infrastructure and security. And coming up shortly, Anambra police have arrested Ndibe Onyewe over conspiracy, kidnapping, and murder in Awka North. We'll be right back.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Still on the news, the Anambra State Police Command has arrested 52-year-old Ndibe Onyewe in connection with a conspiracy, attempted kidnapping, murder and grievous bullet injuries in Urum, Awka North local government area. The arrest followed intelligence and operational support from the 302 Artillery Regiment, Nigerian Army Cantonment, Onitsha. Onyewe reportedly confessed that he conspired with Felix Godwin and other suspects at large to sponsor armed men for a violent road ambush. The attack involved 4 gunmen from Ayamelum local government area and a local accomplice from Urum, with 6 victims sustaining serious bullet injuries during the incident. Investigations revealed that Godwin paid 500,000 naira through an Access Bank account to hire the gunmen, while Onyewe received 350,000 naira to purchase cartridges. The suspect remains in custody as the police intensify efforts to apprehend the other fleeing suspect, assuring the public of continued updates and commitment to law and order. Enugu State Commissioner of Police Maman Beatrice Giwa has decorated 352 officers promoted from Inspector to Assistant Superintendent of Police, ASP 2. The ceremony at the Senior Officers Mess follows a Police Service Commission approved screening to strengthen leadership within the command. CP Giwa reminded officers that promotions come with responsibility, requiring a 2-year probationary period with unblemished records. The command emphasized zero tolerance for misconduct, urging officers to uphold public safety and justify the Inspector General's recommendation. Representing the group, ASP Abuchi Ugwagu pledged commitment to professional standards. The event, attended by divisional heads, families and senior staff, is seen as a morale booster amid ongoing efforts to tackle crime in Enugu State. The Abia State government, in partnership with the EU-funded Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Program, has inaugurated the Nchendo Sexual Assault Referral Center at Aba General Hospital. Governor Alex Oti said the facility will significantly reduce gender-based violence (GBV) through advocacy and institutional support. Officials recognize the contributions of the Commissioners for Justice, Women Affairs, Poverty Alleviation and Social Protection and Health, as well as the European Union for providing 1-year funding with prospects for extension. The center will support survivors with medical, legal and psychosocial services. Minister of Women Affairs Iman Suleiman Ibrahim noted GBV is underreported nationwide, affecting all genders and ages. With over 50 centers across 24 states assisting more than 58,000 survivors, the initiative reinforces Abia's commitment to gender equality and empowerment. A fire has destroyed goods worth an estimated 50 billion naira at the Newi Electrical Market in Anambra State. The blaze, which began early Wednesday, consumed shops and warehouses containing electrical materials and spare parts. Traders attempted to salvage items using buckets of water and sand while black smoke engulfed the market. Eyewitnesses blamed the rapid spread of combustible materials, while authorities investigated a possible power surge at the cause. Market officials disconnected electrical sources to prevent electrocution. Traders are appealing to the Anambra State government for urgent assistance to mitigate losses, while residents fear the fire could spread to surrounding homes and industrial areas. The Lagos State government has reaffirmed its ban on unregulated Korope minibuses along the Lekki-Epe Expressway. The corridor is now designated a mass transit and regulated transport corridor under the Bus Reform Initiative aimed at improving road safety and commuter experience. Special Advisor Shola Giwa emphasized that consultations with transport unions preceded the enforcement. Authorities warned that any further disruption of public infrastructure by operators will not be tolerated. The government stated that allowing unregulated vehicles compromises safety and reverses traffic improvement, particularly along the route connecting the free trade zone and key maritime facilities. The Sokoto State government has rewarded 259 students who successfully memorized the entire Holy Quran. At a ceremony in Gingia Memorial Stadium, Governor Ahmed Aliyu presented each graduate with motorcycles and financial support to promote self-reliance and teaching outreach. Governor Aliyu emphasized investment in both Islamic and Western education as essential for society progress. The administration also approved 500,000 naira for each of 53 teachers at Madara Sautul, Tafis, and integrated them into the state payroll starting April 2026. Additional support includes 10 million naira for school maintenance and 168 million naira in private donations. Strengthening infrastructure and faculty welfare, marking a milestone in Quranic education in the state.
Nigeria's debt to the World Bank's International Development Association (IDA) has surged by $1.9 billion in 1 year, bringing total exposure to $18.7 billion. This 11.3% increase makes the country the third largest IDA borrower globally after Bangladesh and Pakistan. The rise reflects federal government borrowing to fund infrastructure, health and education amid domestic fiscal constraints. IDA loans remain attractive for low interest and long-term repayments, but financial experts warn of rising debt servicing pressure. Over 41% of Nigeria's external debt is now owed to the World Bank, raising concerns over sustainability. Economists caution that exchange rate volatility could increase repayment costs and exacerbate fiscal vulnerability. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat, praised the inauguration of the Oniru Business Council and celebration of Oniru Cultural Day. The initiative aimed to bridge host communities and investors, promoting structured urban development. Oba Lawal Oniru of Iru Kingdom described the council as a platform to ensure inclusive prosperity and strengthen dialogue with private investors under the Peace through Partnership framework. The State Commissioner for Commerce, Folashade Bada Ambrose, reaffirmed Lagos' commitment to public-private partnerships, preserving cultural identity while unlocking infrastructure financing and maintaining investor confidence ahead of the 2026 electoral cycle. Warri Wolves FC head coach Napoleon Aluma has stepped aside following a 4-2 defeat of Shooting Stars, marking his second suspension this season. Assistant coaches have assumed temporary control as the club board reviews permanent options. Executive Assistant on Sport Festus Ojero confirmed the move and noted that team management is evaluating potential replacement to stabilize the campaign. Sources indicate former Super Eagles player Ndubi Sinda is the leading candidate for the permanent head coach role as Wolves seek to arrest their NPFL slump. Kwara United FC has condemned violence since following their 1-1 draw against Rivers United at the Rashidi Yakini main bowl. Fans reportedly attacked NPFL official Chief Oke Baluku, prompting a formal apology from the club. Management stressed that the actions of a few do not reflect the club's broader fan base and pledged full cooperation with league authorities and security agencies. The club announced plans to intensify fan education programs to prevent future unrest, reaffirming a commitment to maintaining a safe environment for top-flight football in Ilorin. Actress Georgina Ibe has regained control of her Georgina Ibe TV YouTube channel after it was hacked and rebranded as Fox Life, streaming political content. The breach occurred on February 9, 2026, prompting immediate action alongside her channel manager. The recovery was confirmed Wednesday, restoring full access and prompting congratulatory messages from fans and colleagues. Ibe credited her composure during the crisis to prior training in chaos management. The actress warned of growing cyber threats targeting Nollywood creators and announced a new movie release on her restored channel this week, urging content creators to remain vigilant. Nollywood stars Bimbo Ademoye and Timini Egbuson have set playful conditions for marriage linked to their professional success. Ademoye said that if their next film grosses 500 million naira, they will set a wedding date. If it reaches 1 billion naira, she will give him twins. The challenge follows the Minute's box office streak, with his 2026 release earning 106 million naira so far. Fans have closely followed the on-screen, off-screen chemistry between the two stars, fueling speculation about their relationship. While largely promotional, the challenge merges cinema performance with personal milestones. The couple's antics have also engaged Ademoye's partner, Vijay Adams, adding further public attention to the potential wedding. And now to our news across the country. Here are the main points again. President Bola Tinubu and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz have finalized a partnership to upgrade Nigeria's infrastructure and security sectors. The Anambra State Police Command has apprehended Ndibe Onyewe, 52, in connection with conspiracy, attempted kidnapping, grievous bullet injuries, and murder in a room
Oka North Local Government Area. Onyewe allegedly conspired with Felix Godwin and other suspects to sponsor armed men for violent ambush. 6 victims were reportedly shot during the attack. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube on Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ohaneze Ndi Igbo worldwide heartily congratulate two illustrious sons and a daughter of Ali Igbo, namely Collins Obinachiweze, Shabuzi, Tyler Gregory Okoma, Tyler the Creator, and Cynthia Chinyasa Onyedimonazo Ukebu Erivo, on their historic victories at the 68th Grammy Awards held on 2nd February 2026. Their remarkable achievements across diverse creative fields stand as a powerful testament to the creativity, resilience, excellence, and global relevance of Igbo talent. By proudly carrying their Igbo identities and names onto the world's most prestigious cultural stage, they have brought immense honor to Nigeria and to Nigerians everywhere. Speaking on behalf of the global Igbo nation, the President General of Ohaneze Ndi Igbo Worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, stated, "These outstanding achievements reaffirm the timeless Igbo virtues of brilliance, hard work, innovation, courage, and perseverance. Our sons and daughters have once again demonstrated that wherever Ndi Igbo find themselves, excellence follows, and they hoist the flag of Nigeria. We celebrate these winners not only for their personal success, but for elevating the Igbo name as Nigerian citizens with dignity and pride before the world." Ohaneze Ndi Igbo Worldwide thanks these award winners for being the worthy ambassadors of Igbo values and for inspiring millions of young people across the globe. Their journey sends a clear message to Igbo youth everywhere. Remain focused, law-abiding, resilient, and committed to excellence, knowing that integrity and perseverance can open doors on any global stage. As a people known for turning adversity into opportunity, Ndi Igbo remain proud contributors to national and global progress. Ohaneze Ndi Igbo Worldwide urges the government, institutions, and stakeholders to continue investing in structures that nurture talent, creativity, and enterprise, so that future successes may flourish both at home and abroad. Once again, we celebrate these historic victories and salute all Igbo youths who continue to project the values of Ali Igbo with honor and distinction. Signed, Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary, Ohaneze Ndi Igbo Worldwide.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment. We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Action time. Action time. Good afternoon. Welcome to the entertainment segment here on Aneke TV. It's your one and only host, Commissioner of Enjoyment. First of all, I want to thank you for being here with me this afternoon. It is a privilege, and it's not just a privilege, it is also a privilege that you are here with me. Now, I want to move straight to the story because there's no time. Anything we are doing today, we are doing a day that is Thursday, and you know what Thursday is? Throwback Thursday. Throwback Thursday, we bring you what has happened in the past and compare it with what's happening now. Because of time, I may not give you the throwback, I may give you the future, because future is the future, and this future is the key. Doing this with me today is your one and only, I say your one and only because it's your one and only, your guy. And not a guy actually, but you know, when we talk about my beautiful we're not talking about any other person, that the herself. Hello, good afternoon, how are you doing?
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon, 042. How you all doing today? Hope you all doing amazing. Like,
You're doing amazing.
I don't know, like, I don't know about you guys. After I finished taking my bath, I came out of the bathroom.
Everywhere was hazy, right?
Like, it was hazy.
Yeah, it was as if we
I
were
felt Hamatan
in
on
UK.
No,
yes.
no, I felt Hamatan.
No, UK, please.
No, Hamatan.
Sorry, UK.
Wait, you didn't feel dry?
No,
like,
no, I felt dry.
Did Hamatan? I didn't feel it.
No,
I felt it. Even when I came outside, the whole place was...
Listen to me, Ma. Okay. When you talk about Hamatan, we're talking about the UK side of what is happening towards Nigeria.
All right.
So as the commissioner who has traveled all around the world, I can tell you that that's what we experience every day where I came from. Okay. In fact, the other day snow fell in Udi.
Okay, so, that's around the world.
Yes.
Only Udi.
Snow
Udi,
fell in
Nkano.
Yes, you know,
West.
You know,
that's around the world you've been to, right?
You know, in Suka there was a snowstorm.
I know.
Yes, they were packing it. In fact, the woman that made up by that morning, her had to freeze. We had to start calling police because they were shouting freeze.
How come I didn't know about me? I'm a boy like me. How come I didn't know?
That's just the problem, because what we do here is that you can only hear it on Aneke TV. That's the truth. You can't hear it any other place.
The best place to get a legit news.
Yes, legit update. That is what Commissioner for Enjoyment does. And remember, I bring you the phone and I bring you the vibes. And I love that you are with me. So first thing, Ma, do you like cars?
Cars?
Yes.
Honestly, of course.
What kind of cars do you like? Because I'm about to bust your bubbles right now.
Bentley, Lamborghini.
You like Bentley, Lamborghini? Yeah. What other cars? In fact, I should have started with, do you know
Honda.
Cars? Honda. That's Honda Accord, the one Accord. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I hold hands with you, that's the one Accord, right? So we can drive our Honda. All right, leave that for me. So, but what other cars do you know? Do you know McLaren, the fastest car in the world?
No, I've not heard of that one. Honestly.
Okay. If you actually watch F1, like the race, the Formula 1 race, there's this car is the fastest in the world. The guy who clinched the trophy for the fastest driver in the world, Lando Norris. And then there's Red Bull. There's Red Bull cars. Those are supercars, of course. You can't buy them. Not you can't, of course.
I can buy them.
No. I mean, it's for sports.
I can even buy for you.
No. I'm not trying to insult you or sugar you. I'm trying to tell you that those kind of cars are meant for sports. Okay, it's not on a commercial basis. It's just for sports. But what I'm talking about now is that there's this car you've not seen. Don't you like? Do you like Range Rover?
Of course.
What type do you like? What model? 2025, 2026? Because I mean, 4 are waiting for me downstairs now.
I think 2025 will be okay.
Will be okay for you because you are the latest. All right. Yeah. Now this is what we call. Look at this Range Rover. It just had to. They just built this car.
Goodness.
And I mean, can we see the next slide, please? What the car is actually all about? Because look at the inside. Look at the inside. This
interior is
amazing, right? Now, this car, I'm going to read you something about this car that you may not have known all this while about this car, because when we talk about something about cars, I'm just a super fan of cars. And when you talk about cars, I can tell you that this is Range Rover Sovereign sedan. Range Rover sort. You know, when they use this car to come and do in-lawship, do you know what we're meaning? When they use this car to come to your place to do in-lawship.
This is car my future husband is coming
Your
with.
future husband?
Yes.
Where is your present husband? But let's talk about that. Let's not talk about that. The way we use the images showcase a low slung luxury car with a sharp LED lights, a massive grille, man, and all black design and a premium interior of leather seats and wood accents. Fans love it. It has a wide range power look, and many people are saying it's actually AI generated and is a Range Rover off-road heritage. But I'm not seeing the off-road side. Of course, a lot of cars having off-road side, you know what it means? It means that this car can go to the you know, deeper places in the, like it can just enter, just like Lamborghini is an off-road car, of course. Lamborghini cars are off-road. Even though they are small, they are on the ground, they can maneuver any rough terrain you have in the world. Okay, but let's talk about this car basically. Do you know, guess how much this car would be?
Let's say, let me just, I don't know, I think 60 million.
60 million naira? Yeah. Oh, well, you are almost close to it. But I think this car should be, from the look and the sizing and everything, should be up to $130,000. Cheese. Shout that, cheese. Cheese. Do you get? It's up to $130,000. It's for royalties, like the Commissioner for Enjoyment.
I know.
So if you're a royalty, you can join me in this car for my trip to Abidjan. You know, we do a lot of trips around the world, but let's not talk about that. Let's move on. So I wanted to ask you, what really inspired your dressing today? Is it the cold or the environment? What really made you to look all genie and all, you know, total tight on necky? Because, you know, Africans call it turtleneck. When I was in my constituency in the UK, we call it tight on neck. People call it turtleneck. It's tight on neck.
Okay.
Yeah, you're learning it today. That's what Commissioner does. We bring the information. We bring the best of the information to you. So what inspired your dress? I really like that. Yeah.
All right, not really inspired. Just that I'm a very stylish person. I like to style myself.
Okay.
The way I'm comfortable. Okay. Something that makes me comfortable. As long as I'm comfortable with a particular outfit, I'll go for it.
Yeah.
As long as I'm comfortable and it fits me well, I don't mind.
Really?
Yeah.
Now I'm being inspired to wear this kind of dress to one of my hangouts that is coming up just in the neck of the year.
And I do a lot of dressing up. I can just stay in it. I'm not going anywhere.
You're not doing anything. You're just dressing yourself. Just be dressing. Just be wearing clothes. Checking clothes. Yeah. Well, I think as the Commissioner of Enjoyment, I have a lot of clothes to when you know. We give these things. Even one of us that had birthday yesterday, cakes were everywhere. You were not here yesterday. Cakes were everywhere.
I hope I have mine.
No.
Not even a chunk was left.
No, because we are looking at it that we'll have give you another cake when your birthday comes up. So we said, don't worry, let's let the cake be. Let people just handle the cake and deal with it. And moving on today in the same scenario of dressing and fashion. You know, Omale has something. You saw that stuff. Omale is now shaving himself. He has shaved off all his hair. I wanted to ask you, you are a very big fan of Wizkid. You are a very big, amazing fan of Wizkid. Do you think Wizkid and Omale, will you ever think Wizkid would feature Omale one day in their song?
Well, for me, like, that's not a question because these two people have worked together.
Okay.
Years back.
Okay.
There's a song Wizkid did with Omale. So I can't really recall. I'll go back to it.
Okay.
Yeah, that was back 2020.
2020.
Yes.
That's six years ago.
Yeah, they had a song together. So if they are looking out working together to be an amazing stuff, I would like them together. Okay. Anything with Omale always comes out. The craft is always amazing.
Okay.
And also it brings out his listen to with Davido, right?
Yeah.
Omale was an actual character in that song. He embraced the song, he took it personal.
Okay.
He even left no crumbs. So doing things with Wizkid would be good, honestly. It would be good.
Looking at Wizkid's collaboration last year, Wizkid had to he hopped on a lot of collaborations.
They were like
it was
back to back.
They were doing back to back
to back
collaborations.
This is so cute. I said Wizkid is so cute.
And so
yeah, like
Wizkid is so cute and so.
Even if it doesn't come for my wedding, I am going to play his songs
on your wedding day.
You
play his album. You play Made in Lagos.
All of them.
You play Made in Lagos.
Made in Lagos is what I play all the time.
You play it all the time.
Yeah.
It's your worship.
It's not my worship, but I play it.
Oh, you play it.
I love it.
You love
Reckless, I love them.
Okay, but what do you think about that Wizkid song that is so evergreen? Ayo, Joy.
Joy.
Nothing but joy. That song
is
evergreen.
One
of the best songs. Evergreen.
Ojueleba.
Ojueleba, of course.
Yeah,
that's that feature with the saxophone guy was amazing. Now let's also talk about Davido, because when we talk about Wizkid, there's no Wizkid without Davido. There's no Davido without Wizkid. And then there's no Burna Boy without the two of them, because these guys are really
they're amazing.
Why are you smacking? They of course are amazing. Now let's talk about Davido. You know, Davido. I know you saw that video where he went to this guy who cooks on his platform on TikTok. Now, since Davido visited this guy has been bagging deals.
Wow.
He has been bagging deals. Davido finished eating at home where this guy lived with the mom. Yeah. He gave the guy and the family 10 million naira cash.
Wow.
Okay. Then since that, this guy has been bagging deals upon deals. Just one visit. Now, the question is not to start comparing all those things that we do. No, the question is, one exposure can change your life.
Yeah.
Now, the guy, he was just cooking on TikTok, having fun, doing what he knows best how to do. Now, attracting someone like Davido to his house and Davido coming to eat, what do you think about that kind of exposure? At what point in your life will you have Wizkid come around?
Then I'm ready to.
When you are ready to.
Yeah, I think Davido is influenced the lifestyle of the guy.
Yes.
Influenced him a lot.
Okay.
In some ways, it's a blessing.
Okay.
I'm sure he's been praying for something like that.
Yeah.
God can bless us in any way.
Yeah.
Okay, people are giving him deals because he came across Davido, and they know if he was able to sit with Davido, this is just strategic. Okay.
Yeah, strategic. Yeah.
That's strategic. So everybody wants to, get an encounter with the guy
and be on the forefront of the news.
Yeah, because they know if once he's with Davido, there's a good thing coming for them. A lot.
Okay.
They will be expecting more.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. No, once it's Davido, there will be of course expecting.
Yeah, Davido is an amazing person.
Yes.
It's an amazing person.
Dave is an amazing.
Yeah. For the fact that I love
Wizkid
doesn't mean that
you would
I
not
don't
love
like
Davido,
Davido.
especially
I
when
love
he gives
them
you
both.
money.
No, I don't need his money.
Oh wow!
Wizkid doesn't need to give us. We don't need give away to love someone. You
Okay,
don't
but
need
you need
money. You don't need
money.
someone to give you something.
Do you need commissioner's money? I don't have money. I don't even have money now to give you. But what I have to give you is what I wanted to say you perish forever. Sorry. My bad, of course. I mean, I wanted to give you a key.
A key?
Yes. A key to my wealth. That key can unlock every part of my wealth. But let's leave it. Let's leave it. No, let's leave it.
Let's just leave it.
So that you don't just, you don't ask for air while we have ventilation everywhere. Now, let's talk about someone very, very important. Someone that has been on the news. She has not been on the news, of course. It's about the girl that was raped just that claimed that she was raped. Now, the truth is coming
gradually
out, and people are
beginning to
understand,
analyze the whole
situation.
Yeah,
of course. And many people have said that when the news came out, they were not comfortable. When someone...
I was the first.
You were the first.
Yes,
right?
in as much as I'm a very sensitive person.
Yes.
If anything happens to someone, if I see a story, if I see something, I always feel it. But when this guy came out to talk about it, I felt nothing. I was just looking. I was very confused. What is this guy saying? Because it wasn't adding up.
Yes.
The same day she posted, the same day the person whom wrote the message to her DM changed his profile. So she was the one behind all this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she is
She
the
was
one.
trying to.
I think someone actually came out on TikTok. Someone created a personal account to analyze the whole thing. Investigated it and be like, this girl is lying.
But when they say she was lying, no one believed because
This is just it.
Because
we conclude is in as much as everyone is fighting for women welfare.
Yes.
So we just conclude because yeah, things like this goes on each day, and at the end of the day we find out that this girl is like could be very disappointing. It will actually, you know, I don't know, we just stop to fight for those who are victims.
Of course, who are the real victims.
Yes,
and you know, over
victim.
the week we've had even a lot of accusation of rape.
A
It
lot.
was as if it was an internet raz just for the week. You saw the one that someone said against Neo, the former BBN guy. Someone accused
I didn't see that one.
Someone accused someone else. Just like we don't know who the real victims are right now. And you know one thing, someone said one of my big guys, he's an ASP and a PRO in one of the state police stations across the nation. He said a PPRO, that's an assistant to the PRO, someone like that, in a state command of police. He said something that if the same way that people who are accused, who are rapists, the same way they are treated, they should treat the women who has accused men of rape.
Do you remember the man that was accused last year and then by her wife
in Enugu here?
Yes,
I remember.
The man was crying, like he wasn't confused.
Yes.
We all took law into our hand. We already concluded that he did because a lot of stories keep coming out. So at the end of the day, it turns out that the lady lied against. If you don't want this marriage again, why accuse your husband of rape? Like something so sensitive.
Okay.
Like
well, the thing is that we're not really going to dwell on this much because the truth has come out.
Yes.
I want us to move on very fast because now there's this story around Hilda Baci. But yes, Hilda, is it Baci or Bassi? Hilda Baci. Yes. They call her Baci. Well, anyone. Hilda Baci, she said that, you know, the worst people to be with are the people who are fame hungry, you know, money hungry, are the people who are so in their interest is just to be there. Their interest is not what it will take them to be there. They are so money hungry and they are so, they are so interested to be famous more than anything. They are so zealous to be famous more than anything in the world. And what do you think about that lady and that thing she said? Have you had someone who is trying to, get to fame at all costs? Yes.
Well, she's right.
Okay.
A lot of people come online to do a lot of things because there's this couple I do see on Facebook before my account was suspended.
Okay.
They just wear panties, him and her husband. The other one wears boxers. She just leaves her body open with her saggy belly. She has given birth though, but it's kind of, I think this still will cause them in future. Okay, it will really cause them because I know that everybody's willing to make this money, but the way you're going about it, is it the right way?
Okay.
A lot of people would be so selfish. I know sometimes you have to be selfish with yourself, with your yes, but not being so selfish to the point that you lose people around you, people who are your loved ones. You become so selfish, money, like you don't care about anything. These people will do anything.
Okay.
They will go extreme. They can even murder someone. They can spill blood in just to make that money.
Okay.
Okay. People are doing a lot.
Okay.
People are doing a lot.
Finally,
because this Miracle case, I think there was someone said that she came out before, talk about her being an orphan. She didn't get much engagement. I think this is the reason why she came up with this rape acclaim.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I don't want to talk about these people again because of time. Let's talk about something very important. Now, there's this tweet. A lot of ras has been on the internet, especially on X, about if they make their money, if you make your first 20 million naira, what are you buying first?
What I'm buying
if you make your first 20 million naira, what are you buying first? What's the first thing you're getting?
I'm not buying anything. I'm going to invest it on a business.
On a business. So now look at what this guy said. That first 20 million is not for a car. It is money you use to chase money, right? Don't make the mistake of buying a car prematurely. Sell them later. Now, this is, I don't have any opinion here because I've made more than that.
Amen. Amen.
Why are you people laughing? Why are you people laughing?
I love your
How
faith.
can a commissioner not be able to? What do you mean?
Do
you know in my consequence what I do? I've done a lot.
I understand. Like
see,
this man here is a very rich man. Like he's just hiding his.
Listen to me.
Well, he doesn't want to.
I don't. No, I don't. Like you see how simple I am.
Yes.
I'm playing by the rules.
Yeah.
Because most times it's just people can make 20 million impressions, 20 million, give 20 million advice. But now, this guy, what he said, is he right?
He's right, because when a car is a lot of responsibility.
What if you need the car, please? Like someone like commissioner.
Unless the car you're buying it for business, maybe for taxi or something, want to invest it or buy a truck.
Okay.
Big truck that carries load, that carries goods.
Good, all right.
That's the only way
where you can something. And this is where we're going to wrap up the show with what I would say. Basically, when you talk about this, I can tell you that young men should just know better. There's no particular way to follow to make wealth, and there's no particular way what you will do that the wealth will come, unless you follow the wealth making principles, which are diverse in many ways. A guy can buy a car, and that car will influence the decisions, will influence more money to come to him. And a guy can buy the car, or a girl can even do anything with the money, and they will not even see the money. So whatever works for you, just do. That's all I'm saying. If it works for you to get a car when you should get a car, first 20 million, do. If it doesn't work for you, fine. Everybody will be okay. So for me, I think I know it's not what I will say now. I will leave it for as the commissioner. Let me just leave it there, because today has been amazing and interesting, very short but impactful. I want you to hang on and wait for me tomorrow from 2 o'clock to 3 p.m. We'll be here hanging out and doing what we know best how to do, because it is an entertainment segment on Aneke TV, and I'm doing this alone, not today, but tomorrow I'm gonna pack the men them, they are gonna be here too, but don't expect a lot of them. Just we may do with the ladies. But thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for hanging out there to see. Thank you very much, Matu, for being here. I really like how you had to contribute and make those analyses. It was very amazing.
Thank you, Ofatu, for having me here today. It is my utmost pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, this is where we are drawing the curtain close. I hope you enjoyed the show. Stay well, stay safe. If you must drink water, and have a wonderful time. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ohaneze Ndi Igbo worldwide heartily congratulate two illustrious sons and a daughter of Ali Igbo, namely Collins Obinachiweze, Shabuzi, Tyler Gregory Okoma, Tyler the Creator, and Cynthia Chinyasa Onyedimonazo Ukebu Erivo, on their historic victories at the 68th Grammy Awards held on 2nd February 2026. Their remarkable achievements across diverse creative fields stand as a powerful testament to the creativity, resilience, excellence, and global relevance of Igbo talent. By proudly carrying their Igbo identities and names onto the world's most prestigious cultural stage, they have brought immense honor to Nigeria and to Nigerians everywhere. Speaking on behalf of the global Igbo nation, the President General of Ohaneze Ndi Igbo worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, stated, "These outstanding achievements reaffirm the timeless Igbo virtues of brilliance, hard work, innovation, courage, and perseverance. Our sons and daughters have once again demonstrated that wherever Ndi Igbo find themselves, excellence follows, and they hoist the flag of Nigeria. We celebrate these winners not only for their personal success, but for elevating the Igbo name as Nigerian citizens with dignity and pride before the world." Ohaneze Ndi Igbo worldwide thanks these award winners for being the worthy ambassadors of Igbo values and for inspiring millions of young people across the globe. Their journey sends a clear message to Igbo youth everywhere. remain focused, law-abiding, resilient, and committed to excellence, knowing that integrity and perseverance can open doors on any global stage. As a people known for turning adversity into opportunity, Ndi Igbo remain proud contributors to national and global progress. Ohanaeze Ndi Igbo Worldwide urges the government, institutions, and stakeholders to continue investing in structures that nurture talent, creativity, and enterprise so that future successes may flourish both at home and abroad. Once again, we celebrate these historic victories and salute all Igbo youths who continue to project the values of Igbo with honor and distinction. Signed, Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary, Ohanaeze Ndi Igbo Worldwide.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
We are glad to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that has identified the importance of lives and property. It has also made a lot of pushes for the total eradication of insecurity in our nation. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Twitter, our Instagram, our TikTok, and our to YouTube at Aneke TV. And I assure you, you will never regret you did. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. And our topic for today is environmental security. Permit me to introduce to you a high-profile principal officer of the Enugu State Civil Service, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Enugu State. Let's all together respectfully welcome Mr. Abba Matthew O. JP. Abia Matthew O. JP, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you.
All right, our topic for today is environmental security.
Yeah.
How do you feel being an environmental professional?
You know, environment involves everything. When you look at the totality of the society, environment comprises everywhere: the road, the atmosphere, the people living in the society, their behavior towards their environment. So environment covers almost everywhere.
Then how do you feel? You are an environmental officer. How do you feel doing the job for your state and for your people?
No, I feel glad because whenever things are going wrong, it's my pleasure to see that those things are corrected. So I feel proud of being an environmentalist.
Now you are an environmentalist, but I am not.
Yeah.
But my common sense tells me that there is this relationship between environment and man. And that is why Security Watch at this particular episode deemed it necessary to say, let us find a way to secure the environment of man.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this. Whose duty it is to secure environment?
It is the duty of everybody. Because, for instance, when you are living or staying in an environment that is very dirty and unclean, you become very wary of that place. You will feel very uncomfortable. You will not, your health is threatened. You are, in short, your total well-being is threatened because a lot of diseases, a lot of other human unwanted issues can come up from there.
Now, what is the essence of environment to man vis-a-vis the man to the environment?
Yes, man to the environment, you know, the space that we occupy, the entire space we occupy is our environment. So once that entire space is threatened, the human existence becomes also threatened. So that is why environment is as important as man himself.
Then I want to know what man is doing with this environment.
A lot.
Like, why environment is important to man?
It is the environment that man lives in. It is the environment that man cultivates what he eats. It is in the environment that man takes water he drinks. It is the environment that man disposes his waste. And the list is endless.
You make me understand that it is the responsibility of man to secure this environment.
If
man doesn't, what happens?
If man doesn't secure his environment, it becomes threatened. It becomes threatened because the space that God has given us that we call our environment, when we fail in our duties to keep it clean, keep it safe, then the entire community, the state or the nation is threatened.
So you say it becomes threatened
Exactly.
in all of these respects.
Exactly.
Then in what senses, what makes the threatening nature of it? How does it come? In what forms does it occur?
One, it comes on unhealthiness. It comes in economic instability. It comes in political and social unrest. It comes on the security itself. The security itself, because, for example, if your environment is covered by bushes, you know criminal elements can hide in those forest or whatever, or bush that you have left unattended to and harm you.
Okay, how possible do you think the citizens, that is the people living in this environment, how much do they understand what you have said about the environment? When it is left untreated or unsecured, it becomes threatened.
That is the problem. And I believe is one of the reasons why you have invited me here. One is that, you know, man is an economic being. So most people do not understand the importance of their environment. What they are after is their economic pursuit. They look at their economic pursuit without even looking back at the environment. So as it is, we still need a lot of information, a lot of advocacy to imbibe in the people to know the importance of what happens within the environment and space they occupy.
Now, being this ranking officer, a high-ranking one at that, in this environmental space or environmental profession, permit me, what have you done before now to sensitize the people on this threat we are talking about on the environment?
That one is one blowing his trumpet, but I wouldn't mind. One is that we have always been in the media. For example, like we are in the dry season now. You can hear our announcement in the media asking people to be aware that this is dry season, that fire outbreak can come out from anything because the weather is dry. The objects within the environment is also dry. So a little strike and fire comes out. We have been doing that, sensitizing people, especially in the rural communities, not to burn bush anyhow. You know, a lot of people go for hunting, and one of the instruments they use is to set fire on bushes in order to catch animals. In the process, the fire may escalate more than where they thought it will end. And at the end of the day, that becomes a problem. So that's why we keep hammering from people to protect the environment, especially about fire outbreak, especially in the dry season. Then the second aspect that is so threatening is our drainage systems. We have always, once the rain starts coming, we always hammer on people, clean your environment, clean your drainages, scoop out what is there on the drainages so that it will not cause flooding. Because once flooding comes, it becomes another problem. Then another aspect is this sewage issue. We have always been hammering on people, do not channel your sewage disposal points to the public drainages. But you see that happening in so many places. We still make announcements, we still make enforcement, we still make arrests in some cases. But this one, I know it will take a long time before people will know the idea of separating waste. You know, there are biodegradable and degradable wastes. People join everything together. You see these people working on a swammer truck. You see them most of the time trying to separate the plastics from the organic waste before they now load it into the truck. But these are things, some of the things that people are supposed to have done. You have a bag for your organic waste. You're supposed to have another bag for your inorganic waste so that it will be easier. We hammer on this as often as possible, but people still don't obey.
And it looks like people don't even have time to separate the organic and inorganic waste.
Yes, people don't do it.
Now, how much do you think is still important to carry out this sensitization exercise?
No, it's very important. One is that it will enhance the easy evacuation of our wastes. The time those people that work with the truck, the time they use in separating those wastes is the time they would have used in picking those wastes into the truck and move to another dump stand to do the job. So it will save time, it will save cost also.
All right, in very common terms, I want you to describe a safe environment as against the unsafe ones.
Well, a safe environment is a healthy environment that ensures human safety, peace, and stability. That's a safe environment for you. It protects the people, the community, the state, or the nation from environmental threat. When you have such an environment, then you know you are safe. But I don't know, in this part of the world, we may find it difficult to actually say we have a safe environment.
Okay, who is a man? And what is the life of that man in an unsafe environment?
Man is the human being, me and you, and every other person alive, staying in a space, which is that our environment. And you know when this our space is threatened, the first point is your health. The health of man becomes threatened. Because a lot of diseases and infections arise from unclean environment. If we begin to go into that, you know cholera, you know cough and all that. In fact, just name it. So many infections come out from unhealthy environment. That's number one. The second one is what the economic cost. When the environment is threatened, like it will affect agriculture, you know. A farmland that is flooded, its yield will become, you know what it will mean. Then, like another example is water scarcity. If there's water scarcity caused by an unhealthy environment, you know man depends on water so much. When an unhealthy environment comes up, maybe the water in that area has been polluted. It becomes impossible for people to get clean and safe water for their use, their drinking, and so on. Then the social unrest that comes with an unhealthy environment. Maybe one side of the community is polluting the other side of the community, and becomes a social issue, becomes a conflict. Or maybe one part of the community have polluted the source of water of the other community, and unrest comes up. You see, social issues. So these are some of the things that comes up in an unhealthy environment.
I want to believe in all of the meanings you're making.
Yeah.
A safe environment is to the benefit of man.
Exactly.
And unsafe environment is disadvantageous to man.
Exactly.
And all the unsafe environment are being caused by man.
Exactly.
What an irony of situation.
Exactly.
Then, do you think the man is aware that causing the environment to be unsafe is to the detriment of himself?
Yeah, I think
or do you think they do it unintentionally?
No, I wouldn't say that. You know, in a first world nation, or in first world climate, people are always aware of what happens in their environment. The degradation that we cause in this part of the world, the third world countries, it doesn't happen in the first world. People are always aware and awakened. They are aware and awakened that whatever they do within the environment is to their own detriment. But in our own climate here, people seems to be nonchalant. They believe the authority is the one responsible to do everything. But it is not so. God has given us a space called the earth for us to occupy and do everything. We also have to be aware and conscious that whatever we do within that space has one or the other effect on us. If we keep it clean, we'll be healthy and we'll be stable. If we keep it unclean, we will be sick and unhealthy. So that's the problem.
Okay, I know quite all right that you may have dropped some hints in relation to the question I want to ask you now. I want to ask what could be referred to as environmental pollution? Yes.
A lot. A lot, just as you have said that I have said some few things that causes pollution or something like that. One is when one fails to keep his environment clean. You see, like when we were young and in the villages, every morning we sweep the compound, gather the refuse. Maybe there's a farmland that has not been cultivated for that year. You throw it that place. You have now cleaned where you stay. The whole compound in the villages, if you go there, they're always clean. But when you come to the metropolis, you see, in many cases, you see people quarreling because somebody's supposed to sweep the compound where they are living for that particular day, and he did not do it. You see, it becomes a pollution. When people channel their wastewater, especially sewage water, into the public drainages, it becomes pollution. When industrial settings do not check their water, there is what we call waste treatment plant. Some business concerns do not even have their wastewater treatment plant where they treat that waste before it can go out. Some don't have it. It becomes pollution. When people throw things into the drainages that blocks the free flow of water, it becomes pollution. When industrial areas releases carbon monoxide of high grade into the atmosphere anyhow, it becomes pollution. For example, there are places they produce charcoal and things like that. You see thick smokes coming. Those things are not healthy to human being. Those things are not healthy. It becomes pollution.
And probably the diffuse.
Yeah.
And human inhale.
You see it.
Okay.
So if we continue to name them, the list is endless. A lot of things are done to cause pollution. Even those who go to the dumpsters to dump their waste and dump it anyhow. Some even dump on the road. It becomes a waste. It becomes a pollution. Because that place has already been blocked. The road, you see, most of the time the roads are blocked with refuse. Those things are pollution. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
All right, I want to, at this point in time, say very much kudos to the much sensitization you have done so far to let people understand the essence of the environment, of course, a safe environment to their lives. But I want you to agree with me that all of the things you have said, and from the look of things, it says people are not in the full knowledge of the dangers of an unsafe environment. And I want you to do more of what you have done before to get people fully be in the know of the essence of a safe environment to their health and their life.
Yes, we are going to do more. You know, the government of the day in the state is a very smart one, and they want all things done in the right way for the good of the people. If you look around, you will see that the evacuation of waste in Enugu now, if you check it, is very rapid. In some cases, areas where we have more waste coming up on daily basis, those evacuators go there 2 or 3 times in a day in order to clean up. Formerly, open trucks were used in evacuating those waste. But recently, His Excellency the Governor has purchased brand new compactors, so that when those wastes are now collected, it's not like open trucks where some of them will be falling on the streets and things like that. He now bought brand new 10 compactors that walk around the clock in Enugu in order to ensure that we clean up, and then we'll continue to hammer on sensitization. At times, you see our vehicle-ridden Minister of Environment and Climate Change going with loudspeakers, telling people, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. It's to your detriment. So we are doing our best, and we still have to do more.
Okay, have you gathered people before in a center, like eyeball to eyeball contact, and then speak to them about environmental pollution?
We do. Especially when there are outbreaks. For example, when the issue of yellow fever came up about 2 years ago, we were going from one local government to the other, and is sensitizing people, clean the bushes around your area, because you know in the rural communities you see bushes around where people are dwelling, and that special type of mosquitoes that give yellow fever to man is always dwelling in bushes, unlike the Anopheles ones that hide in stagnant waters and things like that. So we do, and I believe we're going to do more. We're going to do more sensitization and advocacy.
Okay.
To ensure that people become aware of the need to have a clean and safe environment.
Okay, now when do we say something is hazardous, or that a substance is hazardous to an environment?
Good. When a substance becomes toxic, like when a certain waste from a business concern is coming out and you see people inhaling it, and it's not good to their health. It's very hazardous. There are so many factories that their waste is very toxic. And if those things are not checked, it's very hazardous to human health. You can see people inhale something and the person will fall down immediately. Nobody will tell you that this one is a very hazardous one. You will know. Or when you inhale something and you become unconscious, then you know that those things are very hazardous. It's not all just ordinary waste. It becomes a toxic, hazardous waste.
All right, I want us to dwell fully into environmental degradation. I know you've mentioned that before now.
Yeah.
Let us dwell fully in what it means in totality.
Environmental degradation comes in different forms and shapes. For example, there is what we call environmental impact assessment.
Okay.
When you want to start a project that involves a lot of construction, you are required to do what we call environmental impact assessment. The purpose of that assessment is for you to know the impact of that project or that construction to the environment, even now that you are doing it and even in the nearest future. So that once you discover there are environmental threats or degradation that will come up from that concern, we know how to nip it in the bud, how to handle it, so that it will not be hazardous and degradeful to the environment.
Maybe in future.
Maybe in future, or even at the point of construction. Because most of the time you see many buildings falling down. And some of them are even in the construction stage when those things happen. It is because that impact assessment has not been done. If it has been done, you will know that the soil in that area, there are certain level of concrete that you will use to hold your building in that kind of environment. Then if it is going to be a manufacturing concern, we will find out what happens to the waste that you are going to generate from the production you are about to start. And maybe a lot of them do not do it. And those things begins to happen, it becomes degradation. Even road construction. When you are doing a road construction and you know that definitely water, rain have to fall on the road, where do those roads, those waters, what channel have you dug for them to enter when they come?
Drainage systems.
The drainage systems. If you do not do it well, it becomes degradation. Because you can see some people will build roads and you see water flowing into people's farmlands, destroying a lot of things and things like that. It becomes a degradation. Then you talk of livestock. When people begin to site like piggery farm, poultry, close to people's residential areas, and people will be inhaling on very unlawful smell that becomes bad to their health. It becomes degradation. Degradation does not only mean when we are digging the ground. It means the totality of what is done within the environment that is harmful and unruly.
All right, thank you so much. I want us to observe just a short break now. When we are back, you tell us more on the environmental impact assessment. I want to learn more from you. Thank you so much. Everyone, thank you also for being there. I want to observe just a short break. We shall be right back.
Okay.
Need ad replacements? Call coverage for events or the latest news stories, call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This
is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you so much. We are back from the short break and you are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. I am here with the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Enugu State, Mr. Abia Matthew O. JP. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Let's continue. Before we went on the short break, we were talking about the environmental impact assessment.
Yeah.
And we would like to know more about that, sir.
Yeah.
Who does the environmental impact assessment?
The ministry has a pollution control department that handles issues of EIA, as it's shortly called. That's the environmental impact assessment. But beside that, we have registered consultants who are experts in the conduct of these environmental impact assessments. And these consultants, once they finish the conduct for any particular concern, submit same to the ministry for review. So jointly, I can say jointly that EIA is conducted by the ministry and those registered environmental consultants.
Then who does the payment? The exercise, or is it being done free charge?
No, the client pays the consultants.
Okay.
Yeah, he pays them. And then pays a little token to the state government for submission. And apart from environmental impact assessment, after every 3 years, after the conduct of the environmental impact assessment, there's what we call environmental audit. That audit now goes to check what happens after 3 years that impact has been conducted. Are there other issues There are other environmental issues that are coming up after the impact assessment has been conducted. So these are requirements that every business and corporate firms operating within the state supposed to embark on every 3 years. So, and those things are done in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Environment and NESRA. They are also involved in environmental audit. Then the final approval for environmental impact assessment is the Federal Ministry of Environment, down to the state. They approve and return the copies of those impact assessment reports to us, that this has passed the normal stage.
Okay, when you are talking about the economic consequences of the environmental degradation, I think you mentioned something like damage to agricultural productivity.
Yes.
How does that happen and how does it affect man directly?
Good. You know, there is one issue that is globally going on now, and that is the climate change. The climate change is a situation where the normal expected climate conditions are not what we get. For example, you can see extreme hot weather conditions. And when such happens, it affects agriculture in one way or the other. It's part of that climate change. For example, is it last year or last 2 years, between the months of June to August, we had what people thought is a dry season, but it's supposed to be a wet season when agricultural products like maize, yam, and cocoyam, these are periods that those products grow and yield abundantly. But within that year, there was a kind of drought. It becomes as if we are in a dry season between the months of June, July, and August. It also affected our ministry in the form that we planted some trees within the Enugu metropolis within that period, and all of those trees died because there was no rain. The little effort we made to water them yielded no result. There is difference between the normal natural rainfall and the man-made whatever you call it. So you see how that affected agricultural production. That year, I think that was 2024. Then, in some other cases within the climate change issue, you see seas or rivers rising beyond their banks, washing away what farmlands, making the yield from those farm lands to become very few and little. In short, it becomes a great loss to the farmers.
Does it not look like more like a natural disaster if it has to be with flooding?
You call it natural disaster, but it's still within the climate change issue, because there was never a time you were expecting those rivers to overrise and things like that. So that is why we may not call it natural disaster, but an aspect of climate change.
Okay, apart from this increased carbon emission, which may give rise to this accelerated global warming, what again can give rise to the climate change?
A lot. I've given you 2 examples: extreme weather condition, rising of sea levels, and things like that. Then what of flooding, we have talked about
flooding. Okay, let's quickly come to what could be done to correct all of this.
No, there are mitigations.
From where?
There are the United Nations. They have different branches of organizations working to mitigate the effects of climate change.
Do we have any in Nigeria?
We key into the global aspect, but we still have the national climate change mitigation committee in Abuja.
All right. Are there ways now you could or you want the citizens or the people to help out in the work you are doing to keep the environment safe?
Very many. You know, at the beginning I talked about the separation of the waste we throw away, from differentiated between organic and inorganic waste, degradable and non-degradable wastes. I talked about that. That lies in the hands of the citizens. Cool. Then the second is keeping our immediate environment clean. You may have the larger space, you may leave that to the authorities, the government, which we know we can handle. But within the closet of people's environment, if they continue keeping that clean, I think they are doing their own part of the work. Then another aspect is this sewage issue, because we have plenty of complaints on that within the Enugu metropolis in these days. You go to places, you see some people's sewage tank that has been filled. Instead of them to call the evacuating trucks to evacuate that tank, they will leave it there. It will begin to flow out, enter public drainages. In fact, if you enter some compounds, you cannot even breathe. Citizens need to work on that. You don't allow a filled sewage to last even more than 24, highest 48 hours. You evacuate it. People don't do that. Then again, you see citizens waiting for rain to start falling. And when they see that the rain is falling, they carry their refuse and throw it into the drainage system. When we have refuse dump here and there, everywhere, you see somebody carry his collected refuse and dump it into the drainage system. And he goes somewhere to block that. The citizens have a lot to do to contribute to our clean environment.
All right, I want you to talk about this poultry farming. Everybody is becoming a poultry farmer now. Yes, where we have more of poultry farmers now than crop farmers. Because in all of the residential places you see, everywhere is a poultry farm. Even under the staircase and everywhere.
Yeah.
So I want you to talk about that.
Yes. The building of poultry farms near residential areas are not permissible. It's not permissible at all. The Enugu State Environmental and Climate Protection Law 2024 prohibits such acts. And most of the time, when our officers go out on inspection, we find those things common within the people. We issue them a contravention notice. We issue them abatement notice. Abate this nuisance. It is not allowed. But you will see people still will not even mind. And the last resort is for us to take them to court.
Has that happened?
Yes, it will happen.
Severally?
Yeah. Several. It's still happening. It's still happening. We have as many cases as that.
Okay, what are other challenges you are facing as you do this job? Apart from what you see from the hands of the citizens and the ones you have mentioned, what are other aspects of the challenges you face?
The challenges we face mostly is people not complying with the regulations. These are one of the major aspects. Then as an agency of government, funding at times hampers a lot of our activities because our job requires a daily inspection of industrial concerns, residential areas and things like that. And that requires vehicular movement, that requires fueling, that requires inducement to personnel. Apart from, you know, somebody can tell you, do they not receive their salaries? But there are jobs that require you say, okay, you are going from Enugu to Ezeago. Because of that, we are going to give you something for snacks or something like that. So when funds are not available to do all those things, it hampers productivity.
Okay, I was about asking you if there are ways government hasn't done what government is supposed to do in order to help you, because I know you are working for the government and for the people.
No, government is doing their best. But you know, because of the nature of our job, just as I've told you, is a daily routine something. You have to go out daily. So government is doing their best. But like Oliver Twist, we'll always ask for more.
You talked about funding issues. And I know that has to come from the government.
Yes.
Are there no way you communicate to the government so that those areas will be sorted out?
We do.
Okay.
Government is actually doing their best. For example, you see our mowers, those people cutting grasses. You see them all, they go out on daily basis. Government still funds the logistics for those things to be done. So without funding, you know, we cannot operate those things. So I say kudos to government. They are doing their best.
Government is doing our best in all of these things. But I want you to be particular about this. Like you mentioned, Oliver Twins will always ask for some more. I want you to now ask for some more in the particular areas you need them.
We need personnel, more personnel. In order to, you can see that Enugu is expanding.
More personnel, mowers?
Yes,
okay.
Not only more mowers, more even professionals.
Okay.
Professionals, especially in the environmental health.
To be recruited in the system?
Yes.
Okay.
We need more. We need more of those professionals in that aspect, the environmental health. We are lacking personnel in that area now. We have already written to government. I'm sure they will listen to us and approve the recruitment of more. We need more there.
All right. In all of this, are there areas the citizens have done well or probably work with you one way or the other? Or do you want to tell me that all of the things citizens are doing affecting the environment are all on the negative side?
You know what is called individual differences. There are individuals that are well knowledgeable that once they do certain things, it will not be good to the environment. So we have such people. We have such people in certain areas. You see people directing people on where to put their waste. You see people coming to our office to report that a certain environmental issues is happening in their area. They want it to be checked. So once citizens, any citizen that is coming to report that we should look into so and so cases, they are doing well. Instead of just keeping quiet and going, you know, there are citizens that come and say, we have environmental issues in our area. It may not affect him directly, him or her directly, but because he knows that it's not good for the entire society, he comes to make a report.
All right. I know that in some times we have witnessed some areas of Enugu, like the Obete area, the Gariki area, even the Opala Avenue. Sometimes you see a pyramid of waste there. Does it not concern you as an environmental officer?
It do.
What do you do when thoughts happens?
Well, you know that the issue of evacuating of those refuse rests solely with ESWAMA.
Okay.
The Enugu State Waste Management Agency.
If they don't do it on time as an environmental officer,
no, once they don't do it, we now hammer on them. We now hammer on them because it's a parastatal under the ministry. You will see the Commissioner of Environment calling the Managing Director of ESWAMA. I saw big heap of this so and so place. I want it removed within the next 2-3 hours. And they will respond.
Do you want to use this medium to talk to the authorities of the ESWAMA?
No, they are doing well.
Are they doing well?
They are doing well.
Are you promising us that we will not see any heap of refuse anywhere?
No, but when you look around, you will see that those things do not happen again. It doesn't happen again.
All right, thank you so much. I want you to give out your parting words to the government for the much support you have received from the government.
Yes, I want to use this opportunity to thank the Executive Governor of Enugu State for all he's been doing for the good of the people of the state. Recently, he acquired 10 brand new compactors given to ESWAMA to ensure that refuse are evacuated promptly. He also acquired 7 automated road sweeping machines, which the Ministry of Environment is currently managing. If you go to the 3-arm zone early in the morning, you will see those automated sweeping machines doing their job there. So I thank him. He has been very supportive. In fact, whatever concerns the people of Enugu State concerns him. He shows that. So I thank him, and I will continue to say, may God continue to bless him.
If you are this happy at this level with the governor of Enugu State, I think Aneke TV is also happy with the governor of Enugu State.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abia.
Nobody sees good thing and will not be happy.
Yes.
So we are happy because of the good things we are seeing in Enugu State.
All right, thank you so much. I've been with Mr. Abia Matthew OJP, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Enugu State. Thank you so much for coming. Everyone, thank you so much also for being there all the while. We have talked on the environmental security. Hope you are ready to amend your ways, one way or the other. In all of the ways it affects you. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi. Do have a wonderful day ahead of you. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide heartily congratulate two illustrious sons and a daughter of Ali Igbo, namely Collins Obinachiweze, Shabuzi, Tyler Gregory Okoma, Tyler the Creator, and Cynthia Chinasa Onyedimonazo Ukebu Erivo, on their historic victories at the 68th Grammy Awards held on 2nd February 2026. Their remarkable achievements across diverse creative fields stand as a powerful testament to the creativity, resilience, excellence, and global relevance of Igbo talent. By proudly carrying their Igbo identities and names onto the world's most prestigious cultural stage, they have brought immense honor to Nigeria and to Nigerians everywhere. Speaking on behalf of the global Igbo nation, the President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, stated, "These outstanding achievements reaffirm the timeless Igbo virtues of brilliance, hard work, innovation, courage, and perseverance. Our sons and daughters have once again demonstrated that wherever the Igbo find themselves, excellence follows, and they hoist the flag of Nigeria. We celebrate these winners not only for their personal success, but for elevating the Igbo name as Nigerian citizens with dignity and pride before the world." Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide thanks these award winners for being the worthy ambassadors of Igbo values and for inspiring millions of young people across the globe. Their journey sends a clear message to Igbo youth everywhere. Remain focused, law-abiding, resilient, and committed to excellence, knowing that integrity and perseverance can open doors on any global stage. As a people known for turning adversity into opportunity, Ndi Igbo remain proud contributors to national and global progress. Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide urges the government, institutions, and stakeholders to continue investing in structures that nurture talent, creativity, and enterprise, so that future successes may flourish both at home and abroad. Once again, we celebrate these historic victories and salute all Igbo youths who continue to project the values of Ali Igbo with honor and distinction. Signed, Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary, Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Many thanks for joining us. I am your host, Sharon Uche, and you're watching Health Matters, where we turn complex medical questions into clear answers for your daily life. Today on Health Matters, we'll be discussing on fibroids, which is discovered as a growth in or around the womb. Although common, they can cause serious discomfort, heavy bleeding, fertility challenges for women.
I think from researches, they said that it's like a lump or so that occupies a woman's stomach, and most times, most of them is so bad that they might not actually give birth. Do you get? And most of them, due to the fear that if they go to remove it, they might end up dying. Most of them just carry it for long, both the discomfort and every other thing. A friend of mine had this lady he wanted to get married to, but when he heard that she had fibroid, he said he was no longer interested because of the things he has been hearing about it. But of recent, I've noticed that some fibroid you don't actually need to do surgery. There are pills they give to you that comes out from your body without surgery. So I think it's advancing. Now technology is advancing.
Well, a fibroid in a woman is like a little swollen that stay close to the womb of the woman, and sometimes it prevents the woman not to conceive, depending on the size of the fibroid. If it's being discovered on time, it could be operated, but if not, when it gets larger or bigger, it will be a problem for a woman if not being treated.
I just know it's something that blocks the ovaries, if I'm correct, and then it prevents women from getting pregnant. It's not must actually give birth though. It's not everybody that is destined to have babies. So if you're able to like get the surgery and remove it, I'm pretty sure some people, like most women, survive it, and at the end they get pregnant.
It's a complex health situation that mostly occurs, in fact, occurs in female reproductive system, all right, and it's a serious issue. It's a critical health situation. One, because it has to do with the reproductive system. Okay, this has prevented a lot of women from getting, getting the right. Getting. There's a word I want to use, but it's a clinical word. I'm not in that field, but it's a very serious situation that women are currently undergoing. Okay, and that has to do with their reproductive challenge. Like as I talk to you now, almost 70% or 75% of women in the world suffers fibroid, but I cannot tell you what causes it because I'm not taking much interest in that, but I know it's a very serious health challenge in female. Okay, and I am not a health professional, I'm not a health expert, so I wouldn't actually proffer any solution for now. But if there is anything government or even private sector can do to ameliorate this situation, would be very, very appreciated, because it's like a global health emergency in women, all right, in female reproductive system. That's what I know.
Fibroid is one disease of the women, because it's only women that suffers fibroid, and it causes infertility in them. Ones won't even know that she have fibroid until when diagnosed. It creates fear, but what baffles me these days is even young people suffer from fibroid, unlike before. Till today, personally, I don't know what's the cause. Ones won't even know that she have fibroid until when diagnosed. It creates fear, but what baffles me these days is even young people suffer from fibroid, unlike before. Till today, personally, I don't know what's the cause.
It's a growth. Then this growth normally take a place of a child. That some people will even be convinced that they are pregnant. Why they are not pregnant? I noticed one when I was still in my productive age. That should be my third baby. We went for normal checkup. Then there is this lady. She was just carrying herself that she was pregnant, without her knowing that it was fibroid, until when the doctor palpated her, and now noticed that it was not a baby because there was no fetus breathing. So, they were like, how are we going to relay this information to this woman? How she will feel, that emotional aspect of it. I was like, how can somebody carry who will not know that she's pregnant? Is it that she's not seeing menstruation or what? Are you getting it? The doctor was like, some they will not be seeing their menstruation. That then I now ask the doctor too, what about the beating, the heartbeat? He said that the fibroid is even alive. Oh, are you getting it? That it can be confusing. I was so shocked, but how to relay the information, you know, the emotional status of the lady, that was the most concern of the doctors. But one of the nurses said in an session, he said there is nothing if not to disclose it, so that we will now go for operation. Are you getting it? That was my first time. Then my second experience is my cousin's sister, you know, at Owerri. I learned that she was hospitalized at UNTH. I didn't know that it was fibroid. This lady bleeded for more than 3 months. She was there for more than 3 months, non-stopping. And the bleeding is not just like normal menstrual, you know, discharges. It was very heavy. When you see lumps of blood coming out, hey, I say I won't wish even my enemy to experience that. That advice to give is that your life is more important than any other thing. Like that lady I knew in my village, I didn't know, I thought she was pregnant. She carried it for years. She was scared of going through the, you know, they will tell you that if you go through the operation it's 50-50. But I don't think it's 50-50. I also have seen people that have gone through the operation and they survived it. So instead of them going, you see, they will prefer to stay with the disease and die of it. Are you getting it? But I will advise you, at that primal stage of it, if you can go for operation, I think it's better you save your life. Are you getting it? Your life is more paramount than any other thing. Your life first, because it's somebody that is alive that will get married. It's somebody that is alive that will even have children. So your life should be the paramount for any lady having such. Have your life first. Your life should be your paramount. That should be my advice.
Take it as like something like tumor or something like that, and that grows internally within a woman. Let's say the part whereby it reproduces side of the woman. So, but I've seen many ladies who have this, and then many who have gone also for CS to take it out. Well, it affects women. In some, I believe in most cases, it did not allow women, you know, maybe for them to live normal life. Number one, and again, it's prevent them not to become pregnant when they ought to have, you know, to go into having babies, something like that. That's what I know about them. And I've even seen where people say that maybe they have fibroid, from fibroid to fine baby. Yeah.
On this segment, we'll be having Dr. Chidinma Aneke, a consultant gynecologist who shared her insights on fibroids. Listening.
Okay, I'm Dr. Aneke Chidinma. I'm a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist working with Enugu State University Teaching Hospital, Park Lane, Enugu. I'm also a lecturer in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, as well as pharmacology in ACIT, College of Medicine. Fibroids are growths. We say they are benign growths. Benign because they are not usually cancerous. They are growths that occur in the uterus, that's the woman's womb. Okay, they contain some tissues, both fibromuscular tissues. Okay, they start growing and getting bigger and bigger depending on how long they are allowed to grow. And currently, fibroids are very common. They're actually very common, more common than you can imagine. Usually, fibroids are seen among women maybe from 30 years and above, but in recent times we are beginning to see younger women, 25, 26, 27, having fibroids and multiple fibroids as well. Fibroids, we call them leiomyomas. They are not cancerous. They don't start off as cancerous tissues, and they can grow very big without being cancerous. However, some percentage, a little percentage, can transform into cancer, become what we call leiomyosarcoma, and over time, especially when they are left for a long time in older people, they can become very cancerous. The cause of fibroid is not known. The exact cause is not known. However, there is what we call risk factors. We have risk factors for fibroids, and then among those risk factors, number one is genetic. There are some genes and some abnormalities in the genes that can predispose a person to having fibroids. So fibroids, development of fibroid has genetic predisposition, which means it can also run in families. So you can find someone who has fibroid, maybe the mother had or the sister had fibroid. So there is a genetic predisposition to fibroid. Some chromosomes in the body have been found, because of some damages, what we call mutations in the chromosomes. Some have been linked to formation of some fibroids. Then, like I've said, age is also a risk factor. I said from 30 years and above. Now remember, the fibroids are associated with the hormones in the body, estrogen and progesterone. The estrogen and progesterone are the major hormones in the woman's body. So within the reproductive age group, that's when these hormones are higher. So that's also when the fibroids are likely to develop, especially the estrogen aspect of it. So that's that. Then also being a black person, because fibroids have been shown to be commoner in blacks compared to whites. So being a black, being an African, predisposes one to having a fibroid compared to the Caucasians. And then also what we call nulliparity. Nulliparity is someone who has never had a child before. So when people delay childbirth to late 35, 40, it also predisposes them to having fibroid. Obesity is also another risk factor. Obesity is a dangerous problem. It's a risk factor for almost anything you can think of. So obesity is a risk factor for fibroid. Reason being that people who are fat, they also have a lot of adipose tissue that produce those hormones as well. They cause increase in estrogen. That leads to development of fibroid, among other things. Then other risk factors have to do with diet. Diets that are low in vegetables and fruits. Then alcohol, where they are rich in alcohol. Some food additives also. There are also risk factors for fibroid. Then there is also some studies suggest that vitamin D deficiency is a risk factor for fibroid. So some studies have shown that that vitamin D deficiency is a risk factor for fibroids. So I think these are basically some of the risk factors that have been associated with fibroids. Yeah, actually a lot of women have had children with fibroids. Because fibroid is not directly a cause of infertility, not directly. So there are a lot of women who have fibroid and they never knew, and they had their children. So women with fibroid can get pregnant, and unless fibroid becomes symptomatic, nobody goes about pursuing fibroid here and there. So there are some fibroids that are very small, they are not disturbing the woman, so the women get pregnant with it, give birth normally, finish giving birth to their children without even knowing that they had fibroids. So a woman with fibroid can get pregnant. We don't go about pursuing fibroids except when they are symptomatic. So and the symptoms can come as a result of the fibroid growing in size, or as a result of the location of the fibroid, because I had said earlier that fibroids are growths in the womb. Now the womb is like a bag, it's like a bag that has inside, and the inside of it is the endometrial cavity. That is where the baby sits. A fibroid can also grow inside that endometrial cavity, and when a fibroid is inside that endometrial cavity, irrespective of the size, the symptoms are going to be much. In fact, those are the ones that cause heavy menstrual bleeding, because it is inside the endometrial cavity. Now, because it is there, it can also affect the woman getting pregnant, or maybe the woman can get pregnant and have a miscarriage, because the fibroid is sitting exactly where the baby is supposed to sit. So that woman can have a miscarriage because of the position of the fibroid. Then the fibroid can also be outside that endometrial cavity, maybe on the body of the uterus. And if the fibroid is small and is not disturbing the woman can comfortably get pregnant, carry the baby to 9 months, and deliver the baby. However, sometimes with the growth of the baby, as the pregnancy increases, the fibroid is also increasing because the blood supply to the womb is increasing because of the pregnancy. So as a result, the fibroid also gets bigger during pregnancy, and when fibroid gets bigger during pregnancy, it causes a lot of pain. So that woman may be having recurrent abdominal pain during the period of pregnancy, causing her to be admitted, more often during the pregnancy period. So sometimes, like I said, depending on the size of the fibroid, so if the fibroid is very big, it may lead to preterm delivery. That the woman may not get to 9 months because she may start having contraction because the uterus has grown so big. She may have a miscarriage and things like that. So there is no hard and fast rule about whether the woman should go for surgery, because there are also complications of surgery. So if the woman who has a fibroid and the fibroid is symptomatic, affecting her getting pregnant or causing her to have repeated miscarriages, then the woman may be advised to go for surgery first before getting pregnant. However, if the woman is getting pregnant comfortably and carrying the baby, then the woman may also be allowed to finish giving birth before going for the surgery. So it depends on the symptoms that she's presenting with. The common symptoms of fibroid, I have mentioned earlier that depending on the position of the fibroid, the commonest one that make people come to hospital is heavy menstrual bleeding. Now, maybe a lady that usually had 4 days of normal flow or moderate flow, or uses 1 packet of pad for her menses, all of a sudden she notices that 2 packets of pad are no more enough for her, or she's having her menstrual flow come out in clots. It's coming out is heavier, or the period lasting longer. Instead of the usual 4 days, maybe it can last for 1 week or 10 days or more. So that's one of the things that make people come to hospital so quickly, because sometimes the fibroid may not be so big, but because it is within that endometrial cavity, is now causing the heavy bleeding. So it brings the patient to the hospital earlier. Now some can bleed, and maybe after their menstrual flow they complain that they feel dizzy, they feel weak, they have a lot of headache because they have lost so much blood. Some may even faint after their menses because of the amount of blood they have lost. So that makes them come to hospital, and then when they come and they are examined, they will not be discovered to have fibroid. Then another one that also bring patients to hospital is when they notice that their tummy, that the abdomen is getting bigger in size, because as the fibroid grows bigger, if it is a fibroid that is not within the endometrial cavity, okay, and is outside, it may not cause heavy bleeding, so the person may not come to hospital, but over time she begins to notice that her tummy is increasing in size. Some can start feeling a hard mass. When they touch their tummy, they feel that there is something hard somewhere, they are feeling it, so they come to hospital. Some may even be watching the growth, and then maybe when people start asking them, are you pregnant, and things like that, they now begin to go to hospital and say they notice that their tummy is getting bigger inside. For some others, it can also cause painful menstruation, what we call dysmenorrhea. They notice that maybe a day or 2 days even before their menses, they start having severe menstrual cramps, which can last throughout the period they are having their menstrual flow, and then they begin to wonder what is causing this menstrual flow. Then for some others too, if the fibroid is big, it can press on the bladder, okay, and the person will begin to have what we call pressure effect. It can press on the bladder. Some may have obstruction, so they will find it difficult to urinate, and when they go to urinate, they find it difficult to urinate. Some, it can cause frequent urination because it is irritating the bladder, so they use the toilet more often, and the person will wonder, I'm not diabetic, I'm not pregnant, and things like that, but it's because of the location of the fibroid irritating the bladder. Some others, they also have the fibroid, if it is located on the posterior aspect, it may be pressing on the rectum, so they can have constipation, they can have difficulty going to toilet because the fibroid is compressing on the rectum. So that may make them come to hospital because they say, I've not been able to go to toilet for the past 1 week and things like that. And then when they are now examined and then checked, they'll find out that maybe they have a fibroid that's causing that. These are some of the common symptoms that fibroid can present with. Usually in medical field, before we make a diagnosis, we take a history. And if you're a good clinician, when you take a good history, and do a physical examination, you will almost be sure that this is likely to be fibroid. However, because in medical practice we also have what we call differential diagnosis. So in as much as you say, okay, this is fibroid based on the symptoms that the patient presented, the history you have taken from the patient, the examination findings you have seen, then you will still need to do investigation, and ultrasound is one of the commonest investigations that we do. Ultrasound is very good in helping you identify a fibroid, identify the size as well as the location. So ultrasound is a very good diagnostic procedure that is done. However, it's not the only one. It's just that ultrasound is the one that is readily available, affordable as well, and with minimum risk. So ultrasound is often used to make diagnosis. However, there are other modalities that can be used for diagnosis, such as the MRI, that's magnetic resonance imaging, as well as CT scan. Now, these are employed when you are in doubt, or when you are suspecting that this is not just a fibroid. Maybe you are thinking that it has transformed into a malignant lesion, that it has become cancerous. MRI or CT scan may help suggest that this is not just fibroid, and they can also help you in, you know, identifying other masses that are not fibroids. But ultrasound is a basic diagnostic procedure that is often done. Actually, the treatment for fibroid is surgery. The definitive, what we call definitive treatment. That means it is surgery that you will do, and you will know that you have treated this. There are other forms of management, medical management, that is not surgery. However, they are used to kind of relieve the patient of the symptoms that the person is having. They don't give definitive treatment. For instance, if a patient is having heavy menstrual bleeding, there are some drugs that you would need to give to reduce the bleeding, the amount of blood loss that the patient experiences during her menses. If the person is having severe pain, there are drugs that you can give to take care of the pain. If the patient has lost some blood, you give drugs to help build up if the person does not need transfusion. Then if the person, maybe the person does not want to go for surgery immediately, you want to delay the surgery for some reason, there are drugs that you can also give. Those drugs can, in quotes, shrink the fibroid a little. Not that it gets the fibroid shrunken to the point that you don't have to do surgery. The drug, because the drug deprives the fibroid of more estrogen, okay, the drug kind of deprives the fibroid of more blood supply, so the fibroid reduces a little in size, but it only helps you to buy time to now plan for surgery. The definitive treatment of fibroid is surgery, and when you come to surgery, there are different types of surgery. If you want to get rid of fibroid entirely, the surgery that is done is what we call hysterectomy. That you remove the whole womb, and then you know that there will not be any growth again. But of course, because this fibroid, most of the time you see patients who are not even married, who have not given birth before, so they don't want to hear removal of womb. So then we offer them the other option, myomectomy. That is where you now go try to remove the fibroid as much as possible. However, there is also a risk of recurrence, so the fibroid can reoccur, you know, especially if those risk factors are there, and if the person has not approached menopause, because the risk of having fibroid after menopause is very minimal, because after menopause fibroids begin to shrink. Okay, so we offer myomectomy, that is removal of fibroids, to patients who have not given birth, or who are not married, who still have desire to give birth. But for those who have already completed their family size, you know, they have given birth to a number of children they want, and they come with symptoms of fibroid, we offer them hysterectomy, as we encourage them to remove the womb. Anyway, fibroid surgery are not easy. They are major surgeries, and they are delicate surgeries, you know, that require specialists to handle. Unfortunately, sometimes people can go to different places and say, maybe the doctor will say, I know how to perform the surgery, and they perform it. Well, some people are lucky, they escape, but some others, many others are not lucky. They end up with complications. Fibrous surgeries are supposed to be performed by gynecologists. They are the ones that are well trained to do fibrous surgeries, because a lot of complications can occur. In fact, recently we lost a patient who had fibrous surgery somewhere in one of the villages, and then she now presented to our hospital in Parkland with complications, very severe complications, and she died. It's painful when we see patients dying from complications of fibroid. However, like I said, fibrous surgery can be very complicated, and even in best of hands, patient can still die, because of the challenges that are associated with it. That is why a specialist should do fibrous surgeries. Healthy lifestyle is always an advantage. Okay, eating healthy, maintaining a good weight, because like I said, obesity is a risk factor. So as much as possible, avoiding obesity is one way to reduce the risk of having fibroid. Then eating diets that are rich in vegetables and fruits, reducing alcohol, smoking, those are some of the dietary management that can help you reduce the risk of having fibroid. Also, encouraging people to get married early and give birth to their children early enough will also help to reduce the chances of having fibroid. But some other risk factors, like the genetic factors, being a black and things like that, we may not really have anything to do about them. Then, like I mentioned, vitamin D deficiency as one of the risk factors. So eating food that are rich in vitamin D, then having adequate sun exposure, especially early morning sun, can also help one to have enough stores of vitamin D. That can reduce the risk of having fibroids. The advice I will give to the women who are afraid of surgery, because there are many misconceptions when it comes to surgery. People say if you do surgery you die, or if you do surgery you will not give birth again, and then the person carries the fibroid beyond the age of even giving birth. Then the person now eventually comes to have the fibroid surgery done, and maybe feels that it's a fibroid surgery that stopped her from giving birth. My advice is that those who have fibroid should present to specialists, to gynecologists. At least it is safer to do your surgery, have your surgery done by a specialist, than just going to anybody who says I can handle it. So if you have a fibroid and it requires surgery, I encourage every woman that requires surgery for fibroid to go for the surgery, and then trust God also to have a safe surgery. But please go to a specialist. And then generally, like I said earlier, healthy lifestyle, healthy eating. Avoid some of these junks that we eat, a lot of chemicals that we load our bodies with. They are also increasing the risk of some of these things. So let's eat healthy, let's eat a lot of fruits, vegetables, let's avoid obesity. Obesity is a major problem, and it's a risk factor for any disease you can think of. So let's run away from obesity and avoid foods that can lead to obesity. I think that will help us in our environment. Well, if the person has undergone the fibroid surgery, if the person is married, I'll encourage the person to try and give birth to children, maintain healthy lifestyle. Like I said, the risk of recurrence is high, so it depends on the age of the person. Although recurrence rates, maybe within 5 to 10 years, fibroid can recur if the person is still young. But if the person is tending towards menopause, then the risk of recurrence is quite low. So the person should just live a normal life, because having a fibroid surgery does not mean anything is abnormal with you. So the person should just live a normal life, eat healthy, and then that's all.
Remember, pain is not normal. Heavy bleeding is not something to ignore, and silence is not a solution. Speak up, seek help, and take charge of your health. This has been Health Matters, and I remain your host, Sharon Uche. Thank you for joining us.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.